Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 551 13 Level Real Body, 1. A huge, indescribably deformed monster quickly appeared over the battlefield. It is almost the same as the totem above Sarah's head before, only bigger and more ferocious. Eyeballs of different sizes are flickering, and the octopus tentacles on the mouth are all over the sky, dancing wildly around. Clusters of strange scarlet flames, accompanied by an unprecedented evil aura, completely enveloped this space like a frenzy. Everyone stared blankly at the huge monster. Before they could completely shake off the shock brought by Sheng, God was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. Until a cluster of red fire lightly fell on a dazed warrior. This starry sky powerhouse whose strength has reached the 12th level, his body and face quickly distorted, swelled, and ruptured. A series of limbs and eyeballs grow out from under its body. In just a few breaths, he transformed from a normal human in the starry sky into a terrifying beast with a size of hundreds of feet. Then with a low growl, he quickly rushed to the nearest warrior, and the two were torn into a ball. There was blood and screams that kept ringing out. Only then did the rest of them suddenly come to their senses. Level 1302. This is the real body of a general level alien beast at level 13. Someone trembled and shouted. Afterwards, the remaining dozens of human warriors dispersed one after another, all with pale faces avoiding the Yaomi who fell from the sky. The mighty army of alien beasts that had retreated to the distance before became manic and bloodthirsty again under the stimulation of demon fire and evil aura, even more so than before. Waves rushed towards the middle of the battlefield, and the subdued battle tide surged again. At yen number at. Countless eyes of that huge deformed monster stared at Sheng, and countless octopus tentacles in its mouth parts vibrated at the same time, sending out a series of strange syllables. Sheng ignored them, but glanced across the battlefield, and saw Sanya and Downton who were at a loss. After thinking about it, the whole person suddenly rushed forward. The 330,000 immortal cells in the body erupted at the same time, and the pumped energy made Sheng's whole body glow like a god, like a golden sky knife, leaving a long golden tail flame in the white sky, and then suddenly pierce into the body of the deformed monster. The terrifying impact engulfed the monster, and slammed into the tide of alien beasts behind it. Boom 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 _day. The bodies of the strange beasts along the way exploded directly, and within a short period of time, they were directly in the empty safety zone of the battlefield. Pull the battlefield away from the crowd. This is probably the only thing Sheng can do for humans. If they haven't survived, Sheng can only say sorry. Sheng's 2 golden arms stuck firmly into the semi-illusory body of the general of the alien beast, almost piercing it completely. The strange sound from the monster's mouth became more and more sharp, and countless balls of red demon fire and tentacles slammed on Sheng's body. Boom boom. Every time the tentacle slaps, it can create a black area in the void that looks like a broken mirror. The scarlet demon fire crazily burned on Sheng's body, biting. The tingling sensation goes deep into the bone marrow, as if it can burn the soul. The muscles on Sheng's cheeks bulged slightly, his handsome face became distorted, and his eyes grew fierce. He pushed his arms outwards, and the 330,000 immortal cells in his body roared and roared, gushing out waves of powerful power. All these powers were poured into Sheng's arms, and the lines of the sun on the muscular arms were dazzling. The golden color is almost rich and pulpy. Open! Sheng made a gesture to tear him apart. Under the blessing of unparalleled mighty power, the huge body of the general level beast made an overwhelmed tearing sound. The wound in the middle of the body that was punched by Sheng continued to expand to both sides. Roar! The general level monster roared wildly, its countless eyeballs opened to the maximum, and the countless tentacles on its mouth parts stretched straight. The sound wave condenses into a substantial ripple state and spreads around. Under the attack of this sound wave, countless strange beasts nearby all exploded. Those human warriors in the distance quickly covered their ears one by one. Fortunately, Liu Sheng pulled the battlefield away, otherwise, they would probably die all at once. As for Liu Sheng, who was the closest to him and had fully suffered the blow, he felt as if porcelain was broken, and countless gold fragments quickly fell off his body. No one could see Liu Sheng's face, only his long black hair dancing wildly back in the sound waves. He was like a demon god, bit by bit, unswervingly trying to tear apart the general-level beast alive. Everyone was stunned. This scene had a greater impact on them than when Liu Sheng crushed Sarah to death with one hand before. No matter how strong Sarah is, she is still at level 12 after all. And what Liu Sheng is fighting against now is a serious 13th level general level alien beast. With an 11th level body, you can tear through a 3rd level? What kind of starry sky monster is this? If it spreads out, might it shock the entire galaxy? Just when everyone was dumbfounded, the terrifying sound waves raging in the audience suddenly stopped. The countless eyeballs on the general level beast closed all at once, and after a thousandth of a silence, they suddenly opened again. The red mans are flourishing. Boom! A dark shadow runs through everyone's field of vision. The golden shadow flew upside down and slammed into the pile of strange beasts behind, creating a huge blood pit. Wait until everyone sees. All of them opened their eyes wide at once, gasping involuntarily. I saw that the general-level alien beast, which was still in a semi-illusory state before, had now completed its physical transformation. Its already huge body seemed to become even bigger. On that weird and deformed body, a new extremely thick arm grew, which was comparable to a terrifying giant arm of a starship. Incomparably thick and blood-red, as if the bloody arm had just been peeled off, there were densely packed 710 deformed and twisted limbs, giving people an extremely evil and terrifying look. And with the appearance of this giant arm, the aura emanating from the general-level beast has become even more terrifying. The sky in this space also became blood-red, and everyone seemed to be pressed by an invisible huge rock, which was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Is this the true appearance of the general-level beast? A trembling and distorted voice sounded in the field. Everyone trembled slightly, and an unprecedented atmosphere of despair quickly spread on the field. Especially, where the only hope in their minds lies. Liu Sheng. The moment the bloody giant arm appeared, it was directly sent flying. Life or death is unknown. The countless eyes of General Alien Beast opened again, turning around. Everyone who looks at one of the eyes can feel the huge gap that is as vast as the sea of stars. There is also a sense of indifference like a god overlooking the ants. At this moment, everyone felt that the sky in front of them was completely dark. The fluke of being able to survive that I had kept in my heart before was also quickly extinguished bit by bit. But at this moment, a voice came from a distance. Pat-a-pat. Hearing this sound, all the eyeballs of the general-level alien turned to that side, and the terrifying blood-colored giant arm on the chest was lifted up again. 552. You are very lucky. You are the first to see me in this state so far. Pata-pata. It was as if someone was dragging their tired body on muddy ground. Everyone followed the prestige, and saw a pile of corpses of strange beasts in the distance, and a person slowly walked out of the flesh and mud. He is broken-hearted. The originally perfect and strong body was like a piece of cracked porcelain. Especially in the chest position, there is a shocking big hole. This big hole directly penetrates its body completely, and even the scene behind it can be seen. The eyes of everyone on the field were touched by Shendu, and some people couldn't help but feel a strong grief in their hearts. That is the empathy deep in the blood of the same starry sky human race. Liu Sheng. He is not dead yet. Just looking at it is not much different from dying. Beijadao, why hasn't Mr. Beijadao come yet? One of the two guides, a middle-aged man with red eyes, clenched his hands tightly and almost gritted his teeth. There was deep helplessness and regret on his face. Pity Lu Sheng. With an 11th level body, he survived a blow from a 13th level general level beast head-on. The talent shown by Lu Sheng are enough to shake the entire battlefield of different space. With such a terrifying talent, given time, it is impossible to imagine how far it will grow in the future. But now he has to be forced to fight to the death with the 13th level general level beast, and he is about to be strangled here. This will be a huge loss to the entire Celestial Snake Galaxy. Many surviving human fighters on the field were also aware of this, looking at Lu Sheng with a look of despair and sadness in their eyes. However, this sadness, it was quickly broken by Lu Sheng himself. Is this the strength of level 13? Lu Sheng looked down at the wound on his chest, and stretched out a hand to gently caress the shocking marks. The bloody giant arm of the 13th level general level alien beast completely shattered his golden glazed body, and the body of the star was also pierced. On the edge of the wound, there were still many terrifying powers belonging to the 13th level domain, which prevented the self-recovery of his immortal cells. It's really strong. Lu Sheng sighed softly, then raised his head, calmly stared at the 13th level general alien beast in the distance, and said, "You are so lucky, you are the first person to see me in this state so far." After finishing speaking, Lu Sheng lightly pointed at the center of his brow. In an instant, an extremely bright red color bloomed from Lu Sheng's forehead. Then the second point, the third point. Countless points of bright red light radiated from various parts of Lu Sheng's body. In an instant, he was completely enveloped in it. An indescribably terrifying aura emanated from Lu Sheng. This breath was extremely unstable and frighteningly heavy, crushing the void in an instant, completely turning the void in the area where Lu Sheng was into pure black. The red light blooms in the black, and then collapses and shrinks, as if countless stars are being conceived, born, grown, and died in it. Everyone froze in place, staring blankly at the change that happened to Lu Sheng. They saw several beams of red light shooting out, which penetrated dozens of strange beasts in an instant. However, the body of any beast that is irradiated by the red light, whether it is level 11 or level 12, will be burned and melted in just a few breaths. It also shined on the bloody giant arm on the chest of the 13th level general, alien beast. A big hole was burned out in the arm as thick as a giant starship in an instant. This terrifying scene made everyone's pupils shrink, and then reacted abruptly, crazily moving away and retreating. After a while, the area where the red light bloomed and collapsed spread to a small half of the void of the battlefield. It was extremely huge. I don't know how many strange beasts have been devoured. Once they fell into it, they disappeared without a trace, without even making a scream. A terrifying aura that seemed to destroy the world quickly spread out. Not only did the onlookers change countenance, but even the countless eyeballs of the 13th level alien generals flickered quickly. And then after a thousandth of an eye blink, there was a piercing scream from the monster's mouth. Control the center of the collapsed wolf red light of the minister's arm and grab it. The terrifying sound wave that tore everything before appeared again, and with the bombardment of the giant arm, many red lights were also involved and twisted. The bloody giant arm pierced into the area where the red light collapsed, and the countless limbs growing on its surface were immediately burned and melted. Turned into a bare stick of meat. But this arm is too thick, even if the terrifying red light swept up like a tide, it still couldn't stop it from piercing the light ball unswervingly. Finally, the bloody giant arm was completely inserted into the red light ball. It's like choking your heart. A hint of viciousness flashed across the ugly face of the 13th level general, Yi Beast, and he was about to crush it severely. And just then, boom! The huge red light group exploded in all directions. The overwhelming bright red has captured everyone's eyes. Even with their eyes closed, they were still so stimulated that they burst into tears. It was like watching countless suns explode in front of your eyes. When the vision is finally restored, everyone saw the scene on the field and stopped immediately. I saw a red titan only slightly smaller than the blood-colored giant arm appearing in the field. Titan's whole body was covered by a red light so intense that it turned into substance, and his face could not be seen clearly. All he could see was that he stretched out his huge body, stretched out his 2 hands, and firmly supported the bloody arms of the 13th level alien general. Roar! Titan let out a low growl that shook the starry sky, and violently. Unexpectedly, he swung the bloody giant arm abruptly, and slammed it into the distance amidst the exclamation of the 13th level alien general. Immediately afterwards, Titan stepped out with a single step, crushing a large void, chasing after the figure of the 13th level alien general and pounced on him. He swung his arm and punched the general of the 13th level alien beast hard. Every punch is accompanied by an extremely dazzling red light and extremely terrifying high-temperature flame waves. Those strange beasts on the battlefield are like ants that have been burned by the Titan. When the red light rolled, only ashes remained. Hiss! Boom boom, Zhao Li's. The Titan and the general of the 13th level alien beast were completely fighting together. Every time the two sides make a move, they can shake the void violently, as if it may collapse at any time. The onlookers looked dazed. It feels like I have stumbled into a forbidden place in the starry sky by mistake, witnessing the fight between the gods in the ancient starry sky with my own eyes. Words cannot describe the shocking feeling in everyone's hearts at this moment. They only know a little. The battle in front of him is completely subordinate to the 12th level combat knowledge. But who would have thought that one of them was only level 11? The battle was still going on, flame waves and red demon fire swept across the entire battlefield. The red light titan became more and more courageous, and the extremely unstable breath on his body when he was born gradually calmed down. Gradually, everyone saw that the red light on Titan gradually faded. To be precise, it should be introverted and solid. A familiar yet extremely strange figure appeared from it. 553 in red giant star form, I will shatter the darkness with thunder. It was a very majestic Titan. The whole body is red, strong and perfect. The surface of the skin is covered with gold lines, which are the lines of the sun. The knotted muscles underneath are not composed of flesh and blood, but purely concentrated energy. His face is handsome and dignified, with bright red spots on his forehead surrounded like pearls, showing a trace of divinity. He gives people an ancient and primitive, wild sense of sight. It was as if the ancient gods in the starry sky who slept deep in the sun in the myth had completely revived before everyone's eyes. Lu Sheng. You can still tell it's Lu Sheng. It's just that the current Lu Sheng is more than 100 times larger than before. And a pair of eyes turned grey, appearing incomparably indifferent and calm. A star, from its birth, goes through the proto-star state and the main sequence star state, and will finally usher in its greatest glory, the true peak. At this time, its volume, brightness, and temperature will rise sharply to a maximum of 10,000 times. And this state is called the red giant star form. The way of the stars, red giant star form. To be precise, it should be an incomplete red giant star. Because every immortal cell in Lu Sheng's body, the seed of the star, has only expanded about 100 times compared to before. But it is already his limit. If I continue to move forward, my body and soul will be completely swallowed by the terrifying star energy first. Even so, the energy released by the 1% red giant star 147 state also turned Lu Sheng's body into an extremely unstable super reactor. If it wasn't for the state of Valkyrie, he could perfectly control every force in his body, keeping this instability in an extremely delicate balance. And tends to be more stable. At this time, he may not be able to manifest his own appearance. Instead, from the appearance of a red titan, it degenerated into a super huge red light group again. Boom! Lu Sheng raised his hand and punched, and the wolf bombarded the blood-colored giant arm on the chest of the 13th level general, Yi Beast. Where the fist landed, the terrifying force quickly formed a white hole filled with extreme light and heat. It shattered the void in an instant, and quickly burned and melted the large pieces of flesh and blood on the bloody giant arms. It's wonderful, this feeling. Sheng couldn't help sighing in his heart. Only at this moment did he truly realize what the real power of a star is. Raise your hands and feet, and the white hole goes with you. He seems to be able to feel the rolling, invisible force flowing in the universe starry sky. The essence of energy that belongs to all polar aspects of light, heat, etc. The true meaning of this energy, in layman's terms, can be called law. This is the power of the law of the way of the stars. Although Sheng can only vaguely perceive one point now, a vague outline, a fleeting trail. But also scary enough. He directly broke the limit of his previous combat power and climbed to an unprecedented height. Real. 13 categories. Asterisk hiss. Sheng took a deep breath, and his chest covered with sun god patterns rose high. Then spit it out around. This breath is like the hot wind of death coming from the depths of the sun, blowing through it. The color of the void faded away, revealing layers of darkness underneath. The strange beasts blown by the breath melted like wax one by one. No matter whether it is level 11 or level 12, it will be burnt to the brim in an instant, and a large area will be emptied out on the field. After finishing all this, Sheng leaped forward, brought up a large swath of gorgeous tail flames, and appeared in front of the 13th level general alien beast. Grabbing the bloody arm like a giant starship with both hands, he exerted force violently. Crunch! The giant arm of flesh and blood made a strange groaning sound when it was overwhelmed. Then, boom! Amidst the sky filled with fireworks, it was abruptly broken into two sections by Sheng. Squeak! The 13th level General Yi beast let out an incomparably sharp scream. This terrifying sound wave swept through the void, but it had no effect on Sheng at this time. Sheng had no expression on his face, threw away the half of his stumped arm, and rushed forward. Press the opponent and beat him up. Boom! 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 Every time Sheng punches, a huge white hole can be blasted out. The extremely hot energy in the white hole raged, devouring and melting everything around it. But there seems to be a layer of strange power on the surface of this 13th level general's alien beast. This power is dark red, like flames and flowing water, and has the strange ability to stir up people's emotions. Sheng punched the body of the 13th level general alien beast, and found that he could not break through the barrier of this barrier, so he stopped suddenly. He looked at the flickering eyeballs of the 13th level general alien beast, and seemed to be able to see some disdainful ridicule and sneer in them. It seems to be saying something like, "Ugh, you can't do anything to me. Is this what you have mastered, the power of the law?" Sheng said something calmly. Then, 4 colors of brilliance bloomed in his pure grey eyes. What a coincidence, I also have. As he said that, the 4-color brilliance in Sheng's eyes became more and more brilliant, forming a halo of 4-color circulation directly behind his head. The red part of the halo glows brightly. Under this red light, the many monster fires surrounding the 13th level general alien beast, as well as the red film on the body, all rushed towards the halo behind Sheng's head. The latter is like a greedy and hungry predator, frantically devouring all the nutrients that can provide it with growth. The deformed and huge body of the 13th level general squirmed violently, and tens of thousands of eyes showed a look of shock and anger. Its mouth parts trembled endlessly, continuously sending out deafening and terrifying sound waves. It was as if he was scolding Sheng for his thief and robber behavior. Sheng's eyes were cold, and he firmly held down the 13th level general's beast in front of him with one hand, opened it with the other hand, and slowly raised it. In the void, a purple thunder appeared silently. This thunder is so exquisite, like a work of art in heaven and earth. With a trace of strange throbbing, it spread throughout the entire space in an instant, attracting the eyes of everyone on the battlefield here, and even the strange beasts. Everyone stared at this thunderbolt intently, their eyes blurred. It seems that there is something in this thunder that all of them have been striving for. Suddenly, a small group of people woke up suddenly, and they seemed to think of something. There was an expression of extreme shock and disbelief on his face, and Liu Sheng's eyes were countless times more horrified than before. This was an emotion of terror that they had never experienced before, even if Liu Sheng showed the ability to instantly kill Sarah, or even face on against the 13th level. And the 13th level general alien beast, at the moment when the thunder appeared, countless eyeballs on its body also showed fear at the same time. It screamed frantically. Terrifying sound waves hit Liu Sheng like a tsunami. There are also countless whipping tentacles, and the impact of the bloody giant arm. Liu Sheng didn't seem to notice it, he just looked at the thunder intently. He once defeated a 13th level overlord named Lei Fuxian in the dream space, and was lucky enough to inherit his law. Never tried it. Now, finally, I have the opportunity to try it out, what the real power of law is like. The red giant star form that has never touched the law field, although it can compete with the 13th level without falling behind, but it is still a little bit close to killing the 13th level. 13th level. After all, you still need the power of the 13th level to kill. Liu Sheng said softly, and then gently grasped the purple thunderbolt with his open right hand, fisting it tightly. Next second, his eyes, his whole body. Clusters of even more dazzling purple lightning grew and jumped out of the intricate and exquisite sun god patterns. In an instant, Liu Sheng was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. He raised his right hand high, and the fist that tightly grasped the power of the law of thunder burst out an incomparable purple light, like a scepter of a starry sky god. A little purple blooms in the center of Liu Sheng's grey eyes, shining like a star. Then, he slowly punched the 13th level general in front of him, Ye Xiao. I will use thunder. Crush the darkness. Boom. 554. Can you tell which level 13 powerhouse it is? The white-haired man galloped like electricity. Suddenly, he stopped and looked forward, with slight fluctuations in his calm eyes. He reached out abruptly. The palm seems to be immersed in a certain water surface, and disappears into the air strangely. Withdrawing again, the white-haired man has something extra in his hand. This is a huge eyeball, which is spinning around. There were streaks of fine purple lightning flashes on the eyeballs, and in just a split second, the eyeballs turned into coke in the man's hands and disappeared with the wind. The white-haired man looked at his empty palm, which was a little scorched black. There was a strange light in his eyes, and he subconsciously wanted to connect to the communicator with him. After thinking about it, I gave up the idea again. There are only a few 13th level powerhouses in the base, and none of them understand the law of thunder. Who would that be? The white-haired man muttered softly, his figure flashed suddenly, and in the next moment he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Boom boom boom. There were violent explosions one after another. The space here has been completely reduced to a sea of thunder and lightning. There are raging thunder everywhere, like a dragon, like a snake, like a tree, like a net. The interweaving and entanglement destroys everything. The void is fragmented, like a mirror that has been completely broken. Countless strange beasts howled and died in this sea of thunder, turning into ashes. The remaining human fighters on the battlefield were terrified and fled around like headless chickens. But after many people touched the thunder and were crushed and annihilated, these people finally learned to be good, and began to put aside the grievances of surrender and non-surrender before. Everyone is looking at a spot overhead. The void there has completely turned into chaos. Neither Liu Sheng nor the 13th level general alien beast could be seen by them anymore. He could only see the blazing thunder, waves of flames, and the screams of strange beasts belonging to 13th level generals from time to time. Everyone's face was pale, including the two guides. They huddled together like ants, and the martial bodies that had been forged for thousands of years and fused with the power of rules were trembling. Under such a terrifying power to destroy the world, these characters from different star regions, who are all overlords in their respective star regions, seem to collectively travel back to their weakest time period at this moment. Helplessness, fear, despair, wrapped them, and might swallow them up at any time. In the end, what happened? A martial artist who was panicking like a beast murmured, but he didn't know who to ask for the answer. A difficult voice sounded from the side. It's the law, it's the power of the law. And it's an extremely powerful power of the law. The man looked up in a trance, looking up at the place where the thunder was raging. The question is, why does such a powerful power of law existing in the hands of a person whose realm is clearly only 11th level? Others who know the mystery of the power of the law also want to ask the same question. Too bad no one can answer that question. So far, everything that has happened to Liu Sheng is too unbelievable. Liu Sheng was like a blazing comet that pierced through most of the sky abruptly. With an extremely arrogant and unreasonable attitude, he smashed the common sense about martial arts in their minds to pieces. The crowd came together like a group of shipwrecked men who have climbed onto the same deck. Looking around blankly on the rough sea, wondering if the next wave will swallow them all. Saya was on this deck at this time. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, these surviving warriors surrounded him, even though they took turns to resist the raging thunder around him, they never let Saya go up to him. One of the two guides even kindly gave him a stone of unknown texture. Using this stone, Downton, who was seriously injured and dying, showed signs of improvement. There was only one stone left under the head, and small stone grains began to grow. Saya hugged Downton's head, staring blankly at the most dazzling position of Lake Wang, with a dazed expression. He has been in this state for a long time, and he has never recovered. For Saya, who has been pampered since childhood, has been well protected even in the face of great changes, and still maintains the disposition of a playboy. This time, he secretly ran to apply for conscription in the different space battlefield. Undoubtedly, it is 100 times, even 10,000 times more magical than the sum of his previous hundreds of years of experience. I once called a brother, a man who mastered the power of law and could forcefully beat a 13th level general with a strange beast. Saya was confused and at a loss. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, thunder light surged on the sky battlefield. Then countless thunderbolts erupted. These thunderbolts are like floods pouring down, rushing in all directions. Those alien beasts who were closest to them were the first to bear the brunt. They were swallowed by the thunder without even making a sound, and disappeared without a trace. The defensive position gathered by many human fighters will be submerged by a raging thunderstorm. Everyone's face was pale, and there was a deep look of despair on their faces. But at this moment, a grey-white knife light hangs down from the sky, cutting through the huge waves of thunder and plasma in an instant, blocking those destructive energies outside. Zero looking for flowers. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He was dressed in black and had white hair, holding a strange long knife shaped like a spine in his hand. Everyone stared blankly at this person for a moment, and two voices quickly sounded from the crowd. Yeah. But Mr. Kukajideo. The white-haired man turned around slowly, revealing an indifferent and calm face. His pupils were grey and white like bones, his eyes fell on the two guides, and he said lightly, "But the message you sent for help." "Yes, it's us." At this time, the two guides were like people who lost their way in the sea and saw the shining lighthouse. They were both excited and pleasantly surprised, which cannot be added. "My lord, it's fine if you come. Thanks to my lord for arriving in time." The rest of the surviving human fighters were also excited one by one, and everyone's face was filled with the joy of surviving after the catastrophe. 0. Even those traitors who once turned to the alien beast side. For them, even going to the Star Military Court is much better than dying now. Better to live than to die. They have worked hard for thousands of years to reach the height of the 12th level, who would think that such hard work will be in vain? After confirming his identity with the two guides, the white-haired man withdrew his gaze and stared intently at the raging Lei Hai in front of him. The two guides walked quickly to his side, and heard him ask, "Do you know which 13th level is fighting the generals?" The two guides were taken aback for a moment and looked at each other. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer for a while. "What? Don't you guys know each other? Are you sure it's my 13th level powerhouse from the human side?" The white-haired man asked again. "Yes." The two looked at each other, nodded with complicated faces, and said, "It should be from the human side. Lu Sheng. It should be considered human. Maybe." The white-haired man frowned slightly when he heard the two people's uncertain answers. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, at this time, Lei Hai, who had been raging before, suddenly stopped his momentum and began to retract towards the center. At this time, everyone was able to see clearly the scene under the Sea of Thunder. Those strange beasts swallowed by Lei Hai have completely disappeared. Only the nuclei of different beasts, large and small, remained. As if the tide was ebbing, the receding thunder all returned to the center. The thunder kept getting brighter. "It is getting brighter and brighter." The guide and the others couldn't look directly at it with their naked eyes, and even the Rifa man narrowed his eyes slightly in the end. A purple sun appeared in the dark sky. 555 Chief Star Commander in 100 War Zones, 1. When the purple sun blazes and expands to a certain extreme, things will reverse when they are extreme. All light faded away quickly. When everyone's vision returned to normal and they saw the situation on the field clearly, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. I saw that the huge battlefield was empty, and in the chaotic void, there was only a huge elliptical light group with a diameter of tens of kilometers left. This light group is surrounded by countless thick and substantial thunder and flames, like a big purple cocoon. It seems that something is being conceived in it, and the sound of a heart beating can be heard, exuding a trace of destructive aura. Everyone looked around in a daze, trying to find the strange beasts, the 13th level generals, and Lu Sheng. But apart from the light cocoon in front of him, nothing else exists. The white-haired man squinted his eyes and stared at the light cocoon for a while, and finally slowly put away the bone knife in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a piece of off-white energy was released, enveloping the light cocoon. 183 and then said calmly to the people behind him, let's go back to the base." Everyone hurriedly responded, and followed the white-haired man closely and flew towards a certain direction. Along the way, I watched the broken void around me quickly healed and restored to its original state. There is also a huge light cocoon wrapped in purple and red above the head. Everyone has a feeling of being in another world. All the things I have experienced before, now I think about it, it is like a dream. If it weren't for the loss of many companions around, many people still have minor or serious injuries, it is almost impossible to confirm that it really happened. Bizarre. And let people never forget. The group of people followed the white-haired man and flew for an unknown amount of time until one of the two guides suddenly said, "Here we are." Everyone looked up, only to realize that they had finally come to the so-called Kungkong battlefield in a real sense. The first thing that appeared in front of my eyes was an extremely huge black cone-shaped building. Suspended in the void, stretching up and down tens of thousands of kilometers, like a huge war fortress. There are countless spaceships and giant ships of different sizes suspended around the war fortress. All of this is covered by a layer of translucent blue light film, giving people an extremely shocking and magnificent feeling. While the warriors were still immersed in the great impact brought to them by the battlefield base, several spaceships had flown out of the light film, and there were soldiers wearing combat uniforms and holding musical instruments on the spaceships. Master Skull Sword. This group of people took the lead in saluting and saying hello to the white-haired man. The latter just nodded slightly, ignored the people brought back behind him, thought for a while, placed the huge purple-red light cocoon in the area outside the light film, and said, "Send 2 people to guard it." After finishing speaking, he stepped directly into the light film and disappeared in a flash. The people in the base divided two people to stay beside the purple light cocoon, and the people who got off quickly rushed up to the many warriors brought back by the white-haired man. What they will face next is a series of rigorous scrutiny and inquiries. Only those who have completely passed are eligible to enter the base, otherwise there will only be two endings: forced repatriation and complete exile in the different space battlefield. The reappearance of the Haiji knife was already on the huge cone-shaped war fortress. There is a lot of people here, and there are many people coming and going. Every person who appears here is at the 11th level at worst. As one of the few 13th level powerhouses on the battlefield here, the Haiji saber with a distinctive image style is well known by many people. Along the way, many people stopped and greeted him respectfully, Master Jadao. With an indifferent expression, Jadao strode into the hall of the base fortress, and then took the circular elevator in the center to go down. Until the elevator stopped, what appeared before him was a spacious, clean hall full of a sense of technology and the future. It was very clean here. Only a short-haired girl with a delicate face in a white protective suit was sitting on a chair drinking. Seeing Jadao come in, the short-haired girl stood up immediately, and said in surprise, "Master Jadao came back so quickly? I thought it would take at least 7 or 8 cosmic days. Did the team of recruits already arrive by the time your lord arrived? Where did you get that new word again?" Martha. Jadao glanced at the girl, and said calmly, "The person has been successfully picked up. I want to see the chief star now. Is he busy?" The short-haired girl stuck out her tongue playfully, and replied, "The chief star is inside, but I don't know if I'm busy or not. I can inform you." "Hurry up!" Jadao urged, and then randomly found a place in the hall to sit down. Jadao didn't wait too long, and the short-haired girl returned. "The chief star is waiting for you, Mr. Jiji." Jadao nodded, then strode towards the depths of the hall. The gates along the road opened one after another, and Jadao walked to a tall and huge metal gate. When the door slowly opened, what appeared before his eyes was an extremely spacious and empty room. There is only one piece of furniture in the room, which is a huge metal long table that occupies almost half of the room. Sitting in front of the table was a titan with a wooden arm that was nearly 10 meters tall, burly, and majestic. The titan had 6 eyes, and at this moment 2 of them were looking at the Haiji knife, and a deep and majestic voice came out of his mouth, "Hagrid. I have seen Lord Mokado." Jadao respectfully greeted the 6-armed and 6-eyed titan. There are a total of 2 star leaders in the 100-star regions. One is in charge of the 100-star regions in this universe, and the other is in charge of the corresponding different space battlefield. The status of the 2 is equal, and the strength is also comparable. Both are 14th level martial arts, and they are super strong in the starry sky who comprehend the field of laws. And the one in front of him is one of them. Whether it is status or strength, they are all existences that Jadao needs to look up to. "As far as I know, you just left the mission not long ago?" Titan asked. While he was communicating with Jadao, the other 4 eyes were looking in different directions. In addition to the 2 arms that were calmly placed on the table, the other 4 arms were also quickly operating on several virtual light boards in front of him. "Wearing something?" Jadao is used to it, and replied seriously, "It is precisely because of this that I came to you, my lord." "Oh, is there anything special?" Jadao replied, "The one who attacked the recruit team this time should be a lackey under the command of the Forgotten Lord. I was accidentally cursed by it, so that there was a certain deviation in time. Can't save people." Titan frowned slightly. "No." Jadao shook his head, and replied, "Exactly 4.0 is exactly the opposite of Master Xing Chong. Not only have these recruits returned, but the number of surviving soldiers has far exceeded our estimates." "What's the meaning?" A bit of surprise appeared in Titan's eyes. Jadao paused slightly, then raised his head, looked directly into the eyes of Titan Mokado, and said word by word, "This group of recruits got the help of a 13th level expert who understood the law of thunder. He killed the lackey, and by the time I got there, the fight was over. 13th grade. The Law of Thunder. As soon as Haijidao finished speaking, Kodo's busy arms and eyes stopped immediately. 6 eyes fell on Baijidao's body at the same time, and the face was full of surprise. His deep voice was also raised by a syllable. The voice in the chest echoed in the empty room. Hagrid, are you sure you have comprehended the 13th level of the Thunder Law? 556 Wait, you said, he is a recruit? 2. I am sure. Haijidao's tone was affirmative. He added, I have personally experienced that kind of thunder full of destruction and destructive power, even I dare not touch it head-on. Law of Thunder, Law of Thunder. Mokado's 6 arms all rubbed together, his tone seemed a little joyful and excited. If someone really understands the Law of Thunder, it will undoubtedly be great news for our 100-star regions. In our star region, it has been a long time since there has been a martial arts genius who can comprehend such a powerful law. Mokado stood up from behind the table and asked in a deep voice, where is he now? I want to see him immediately. Mokado can't wait to verify the authenticity of this news. He was outside the base, I didn't bring him in. Hagrid. Mokado's voice was a little higher, with a bit of resentment in his tone. You can wait until his identity verification is complete, and then bring him to meet him. It is a great disrespect to him to leave a super genius who may understand the Law of Thunder alone outside the protective shield of the base. I know, Chief Star. Haijidao showed a bit of helplessness on his face, and said, 02 but, the current situation of that one. It's a bit complicated. Half a minute later, Mokado and Haijidao appeared somewhere outside the base fortress. In front of them, there is a huge purple-red light egg. There are 2 powerful forces intertwined and surging on the surface of the light cocoon. The light cocoon is shrinking and expanding as if it has life. Like the heart of a beating starry sky behemoth. The appearance of Mokado and Haijidao made the 2 soldiers guarding Guang Cocoon and some people who were attracted by his curiosity when they entered and exited the protective shield immediately salute and say hello in shock and fear. Meet the Chief Star. I have seen Mr. Haijidao. Haijidao lightly nodded with the others to return the salute, while Mokado's 6 eyes completely fell on the light cocoon in front of him, staring intently. In about 2 or 3 minutes, Mokado's 6 eyes were all active, and there was a strong look of joy in them. It's the Law of Thunder, that's right, and it's also a pure starry sky human race, haha. Mokado laughed loudly, one of the 6 arms slapped the thin back of Haijidao fiercely, and said happily, Hagrid, you have done a great job this time to bring us back such a powerful and outstanding talents. The Chief Star, cough cough. Haijidao's face turned pale after being photographed by Mokado, and he felt that his small body was about to fall apart. Haha, sorry I got excited. Mokado said so, but there was no apologetic look on his face, instead he was like a spring breeze. As the Chief Star of the different space battlefield in the 100-star regions, in addition to being responsible for defending against those disgusting monsters from the dark side universe, the talent sent by the main galaxy is also one of the extremely important performance evaluation criteria. A 13th level powerhouse suddenly appeared in his jurisdiction, and he still mastered the Law of Thunder, and his background was far beyond the general 13th level powerhouse. Mokado was naturally very happy. It seems that our genius compatriot full of justice has gained a lot of benefits after killing the lackey of the Lord of Forgotten. It seems that he has reached a critical point and is on the threshold of breaking through. It's really nice. Mokado was even happier. The talent, strength, and background are excellent, and he is so full of vitality, he is simply a rising star. When it wakes up, build a good relationship with it, let it stay here for a few years in the different space battlefield, and brand it with their 100-star districts. At that time, I will report to the main galaxy. Oh shit! Isn't this achievement coming? The small calculations in Mokado's heart were flying, because he was in a happy mood, and his huge and majestic aura became friendly. Staring at the light cocoon carefully for a while, Mokado asked with a smile, "Do you know the identity of our partner?" Haijidao thought for a while, and replied, "I don't know, but you can call those people who came back from the lackeys of the Forgotten Lord to ask, maybe they know something." Mokado waved his hand, "You arrange it, as soon as possible." "Yes." Haiji Knife did not delay, and directly issued a few orders through the auxiliary optical brain. Not long after, a small spaceship flew over, and the two of them, led by a group of warriors, came to Mokado and Haijidao. If Liu Sheng is alive, he can recognize it. These two are the leaders of the new recruits who came to the different space battlefield this time. The two guides, one thin and one fat, immediately became as respectful as quails when they saw Mokado. As the highest person in charge of the entire base and the chief star of the 100-star regions, Mokado is as huge, mysterious, and untouchable as a black hole in the universe to the two of them. That is a super terrifying powerhouse of the 14th level. They run out of super big men who can't look at their feet in their entire lives. 3rd level star Shivuna, Zhougenki, I have met Master Chief Star. I have seen Master Iljidao. The two guides, the cold middle-aged man and the fat man, saluted Mokado respectfully. One of them is named Wu Na, and the other is named Zhougenki. Saya and Downton were ignorant and followed suit. This mission is well done. Mokado, who was in a good mood, first expressed his affirmation to the two of Una. This made the two guys who were originally in awe, almost tremble with excitement at the moment. Chief Star. The total star length of the 14th level. He actually expressed his appreciation to them personally. God! How many 12th level or even 13th level powerful fighters in the different space battlefield in the 100-star regions, how many people can get the approval of the General Star Leader? How could they ever get such an honor? Tears were about to roll down from both of them. 280 more. Thank you for the confirmation. The two were so excited that they could hardly even speak. Mokado was not surprised to see this, he smiled, and then glanced at the Sakai sword beside him. Haijidao understood, and immediately pointed to the huge purple-red light cocoon in front of him, and asked calmly, "Do you know the identity information of the person inside this light cocoon?" Wu Na and the two looked at the cocoon, and they suddenly realized. The two looked at each other, and then Wu Na, who was slightly fatter, nodded cautiously, "I know." Mokado's 6 eyes lit up slightly, and Haijidao asked, "Report." Wu Na nodded, and then replied carefully, "This person is named Liu Sheng. From the sub-Jupiter region. Because I missed the recruiting spaceship in the Yamua star area, so I followed our team of recruiting spaceships." Mokado and Haijidao listened well at first. After Wu Na said a few words, Kiji and Haijidao frowned almost at the same time. The Haiji Knife directly interrupted Wu Na's words. "Wait, you said. This man came with your conscript ship. You mean he's a recruit?" Wu Na looked confused, and replied with a confused expression, "Don't Master Xing Chong and Master Haijidao know?" Mokado and Haijidao looked at each other. Now, the two of them were really surprised. 557 20 years old? Grade 11? This is the latest information, 1. 13th level, the first time to come to the different space battlefield. That is to say, the 13th level has been achieved in this universe. This situation is not uncommon. Although it was a little unexpected, the hearts of Mokado and the others settled down a little. At least it proves that the 13th level in front of him is a person who belongs to the 100-star districts, and he really belongs here. It's been a long time since there was a newly promoted 13th level in the 100-star districts. I didn't expect that there would be one in the past few years, but I haven't heard of it. Mokado smiled, and said lightly, "Could it be that Guy Sayas wanted to give me a surprise?" Soyuz is another 14th level powerhouse in the 100-star area, and the general star leader of the universe corresponding to Mokado. This kind of person, Haijidao is not qualified to comment, so he can only listen to what Mokado said, and then continue to ask Vuna and the other two. This Lu Sheng, do you have detailed information? Yes. Yes. Wu Na nodded quickly, and then quickly passed a piece of information up. Haiji Knife just glanced at it, and then quickly frowned. Lu Sheng. Status, Earl of Sub-Jupiter Region. Cultivation level, 11th level. Level 11. When is this information? Hasn't it been updated for thousands of years? Haijidao was a little dissatisfied, and looked at Wu Na in front of him with cold eyes. Wu Na looked nervous, shrouded in the 13th level aura, and seemed a little embarrassed. Reporting to the Chief Star Commander, Mr. Jijidao, the information passed to me from the Yamua Star area is only these. There are only a few lines in total, and Wu Na just glanced at it casually at the beginning and passed it. And the most important point, Wu Na felt that there was nothing wrong with the information. When he met Lu Sheng showed that he was indeed only at the 11th level. But it's just such an inconspicuous guy who looks like he's only at the 11th level. Later, all the 13th level generals and beasts were wiped out. But Una held back in her heart and didn't say it. Mainly because it was too outrageous, and he didn't know what to say. Forget it, I'll check it myself. Mokado said something lightly, and then called out the auxiliary optical brain installed on a certain arm. As the General Star Leader, Kodo has the right to view all the identity information of the billions of Star Sky citizens in the entire 100-star districts. Sub-Jupiter Region, Earl, Lu Sheng. Mokado entered several known keywords, and in an instant, all the detailed information about Lu Sheng was presented in front of Mokado. Mokado watched quietly for a while. Suddenly, clatter! With Mokado as the center, an extremely powerful momentum erupted from him. Under this momentum, the surrounding void shook violently like rags, tearing apart the cracks. A strong person belonging to the 14th level law domain, just a little bit of aura, will bring overwhelming feelings to the people around him, as if the world is destroyed. Haijidao is the one closest to Mokado, his complexion suddenly changed, and a rich grey-white energy was released from him. With the long bone knife in hand, it could withstand Mokado's aura, but it fell apart in less than 1,000th of a second, and the army was routed. Master Chief Star! Haiji Knife shouted. Mokado's 6 eyes turned back from his absence, and the terrifying and unparalleled power around him quickly retracted. Even the emptiness around it was completely healed within a breath. The people around seemed to walk around the gate of hell, and they all looked at Mokado with horrified and inexplicable eyes. Even the cold sweat on the back of the Haiji Knife broke out. Feel sorry. Mokado said in a low voice, I was shocked by some shocks and scared you. Wu Na and the others naturally said in trepidation that it was okay. Haijidao's expression was a bit strange. The Chief Star, Mokado, is a superpower at the 14th level. He is almost impeccable in terms of mentality and will, and is more than 1 billion times stronger than ordinary people. He would be shocked because of a piece of information, and he would lose control for a short time, even losing control of his own strength. What did the Chief Star see in that information about Lu Sheng? Haijidao was extremely curious. Maybe because he saw the doubts of Haijidao, Mokado clicked lightly on the optical brain, sent a message to Haijidao, and said with complicated eyes, look for yourself, Hagrid. Haijidao nodded, didn't say much, and directly checked the information from Kodo on the spot. Name, Lu Sheng. Race, Cosmic Terran. Age, 20. Cultivation level, 11th level. Seeing this, Haijidao couldn't help but frowned, and said subconsciously, President Xing Chong, when did you send me this information? There is no latest. Wait. Haijidao was halfway through his words. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he suddenly lowered his head to check again. Reread it word for word. Then look up. His face was already full of shock. 20 years old, 11th grade. Haijidao looked at Mokado in shock, but Mokado seemed to have expected his reaction a long time ago, and his expression was calm. At this time, Haijidao's heart had already turned into a turbulent sea. 20 years 11. Level 11 at the age of 20. How old was he when he reached level 11? More than 200, less than 300 years old. After going through hundreds of star regions, anyone who can achieve level 11 before 500 can be regarded as a super genius. The 11th level before the age of 100 is even rarer, which one is not a peerless evildoer. At this stage, in the battlefield of the 100-star regions, it is recognized that Minung Turing, who has the strongest talent and possesses an immortal and extraordinary life physique. He was born extraordinary, and his status and background are all top 100-star districts, and he only reached the 11th level when he was 40 years old. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If this is the case, it has caught the attention of countless people and broken the concept of the 4 words martial arts genius. It was even hailed as the most promising evil existence in the history of the 100-star districts to become the 15th level department head. But now what did the skull sword see? In front of this Lu Sheng. He actually reached level 11 at the age of 20. It is 20 years earlier than that of the monster Onan of the Turing family. With a heart full of shock, Haijidao continued to look down. Soon, he saw a line of small words prompting, the owner of the immortal grade extraordinary life physique. Really? Immortal, it really is a super life form with immortal talent. There was a really so expression on Haijidao's face. If Lu Sheng is also of immortal bloodline, then having such talent can also be explained. 20 years earlier than Aonang achieved the 11th level, doesn't that mean that his immortal blood is stronger than Aonang's? Haijidao's eyes lit up, and he got a guess. To verify this point, one only needs to see how old this Lu Sheng was when he achieved level 13. Got it, it took him 8,000 years to achieve level 13. Aonang of the Turing family is less than 400 years old now, and is still at the peak of the 12th level, one step away from the 13th level. If Lu Sheng achieved the 13th level before the age of 400, then his talent might really be stronger than that of Aonang. Can't do it. The first genius in the 100-star districts is the most likely to become the existence of the 15th level department head in the future, and the title is about to change. Thinking of this, Haijidao hurriedly looked up the remaining information. But he searched through the follow-up information, but he couldn't find the node where Lu Sheng broke through the 13th level. Not even the 12th level node is displayed. The chief star. Haijidao couldn't help but raised his head, and asked in doubt, even you can't find his latest information. Mokado looked calm, with a strange light in his 6 eyes. He said lightly, Hagrid, haven't you noticed? This information was updated 2 months ago. Just the latest. Well. Hearing this, Haijidao was stunned. 558 We will usher in an unprecedented monster, Impact 12, 5 million immortals, 2. The latest information from 2 months ago. Promoted from level 11 to level 13 in 2 months. Haijidao couldn't believe it, Chief Star, how is this possible? No. Mokado interrupted his words, shook his head and said, it's still possible, Hagrid. Haijidao was stunned for a moment, his brows raised quickly. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He raised his head suddenly and looked at Mokado with a look of disbelief. Chief Star, do you mean? Mokado didn't speak. How is that possible? That is too bizarre, because it is unimaginable. Haijidao couldn't help shaking his head, as if he still refused to believe it. People around, such as Wu Na and others, listened to the secret conversation between the two, their faces were clouded, and they didn't understand what they were thinking at all. And at this moment, a strange wave suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. I saw that the fluctuations came from the huge purple-red light cocoon beside them. At this time, the light cocoon was being shrouded in bits and pieces of silver light, and along with the heartbeat-like sound inside the light cocoon, strange fluctuations kept rippling around. This is... Someone in the field froze for a moment. Each of them is extremely familiar with the source of this fluctuation. Among them, the hygiene knife was staring at the light cocoon. As if seeing the most incredible scene in life, the whole person was stunned. In the distance, many people are also attracted by this fluctuation. With a little novelty on their faces, 770 leaned over like watching the excitement. And with more and more silver light spots surrounding the light cocoon, they gradually converged into a shape resembling a galaxy. And the number of galaxies continues to increase. Together. 2. 3. 4. The novelty quickly turns to surprise, and finally even wonder. More than 10 meters high, Mokudo, with 6 arms outstretched, stared at the light cocoon intently, and the 6 eyes were full of overflowing light. With a tone mixed with complex emotions such as amazement and joy, he said softly to Mujideo, "You guessed it right, Hagrid. He is indeed at the 11th level, and he has comprehended the law of thunder." Tisk tisk. It seems that our 100-star district is about to usher in an Oron who is far more talented than the Turing family. A truly unprecedented super-perverted monster that shakes the starry sky. Haijidao's body tensed up, and he stared blankly at the purple-red light cocoon surrounded by dozens of brilliant galaxies. The whole person has completely fallen into a state of stupor. If you can get close to his side, you can hear it. At this time, Beiji was whispering in the mouth of the knife, "The rule of the galaxy enters the body, the 11th level is promoted to the 12th level. He really is only level 11. At the 11th level, you can comprehend the law of thunder, and kill the generals and beasts at the 13th level. How is this possible? How is this possible? Liu Sheng is in the dream space universe." At this time, his whole body was surrounded by extremely thick purple lightning liquid and red star energy. In fact, Liu Sheng's condition is not very good. The very red giant star form is already the limit he can bear in the state of Valkyrie. After using the power of the law of thunder, this slight balance was immediately broken. No one knew that Liu Sheng's red superstar body collapsed one step earlier than the 13th level general alien beast he punched. Fortunately, 330,000 immortal star supreme bodies held the last line of defense. Oh no, to be precise, it should be called Xianwu Supreme Body. Because those who are practicing Xianling Treasure Record, practiced together with the Golden Elixir, the true lines of the immortal way engraved in the flesh and blood also played a certain role. Let his martial body be much tougher than the pure star supreme body. Liu Sheng only felt countless thunder energy and the residual star energy in the red giant star form constantly pouring into his body. His martial body was repeatedly torn, destroyed, and reborn in the process. The cosmic energy inspired by the law of thunder is too huge, and he has nowhere to vent it, so he can only hold it all in his arms. Then Wu's body was refined and reshaped over and over again. The lines on Xianwu Supreme's body grew rapidly, and a third line began to appear. The purple pattern representing thunder. The 3-color divine lines grow intertwined in the flesh and blood, and a brand new physique is rapidly taking shape. In a trance, 3 huge suns seemed to appear in front of Liu Sheng's eyes. A round of golden red emits infinite light and heat. A round of purple is full of endless thunder plasma, exuding a strong atmosphere of destruction and destruction. Another round exudes a soft white light, which seems to be completely carved from jade, giving people a peaceful fairy style. The 3 suns circled around and turned into a 3-color tadpole-shaped symbol, quietly appearing between Liu Sheng's eyebrows. It quickly disappeared into the depths of Liu Sheng's skin. Somehow, a sense of enlightenment came into Liu Sheng's heart. Because of the addition of the law of thunder, his plan for the supreme immortal martial body seems to have taken another step forward by mistake. What I should do now is to break through. Liu Sheng quickly cleared up his thoughts. Only by breaking through the shackles of the current cultivation base, can the vast ocean-like energy be brought into the body and solve the current predicament. Towards the direction of the 12th level. Think about it carefully, how long did it take for me to break through level 10? However, Liu Sheng's path before the 13th level has been completely opened up, and the difference is just the accumulation of energy. The many energies inspired by the law of thunder, as well as the crystal nuclei left by the alien beasts that perished in the Sea of Thunder, even the crystal nucleus of the 13th level general alien that he beheaded. At this time, it seemed to be the best promotion fuel for Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't have to do anything deliberately. The 330,000 immortal cells in the body then frantically devoured all absorbable energy around them. 330,000 immortals turned into 330,000 black holes. Every immortal is rapidly evolving, sublimating, and proliferating at a speed of thousands of times per second. The number of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body rapidly increased from the initial 330,000 to 500,000. Then 1 million. 2 million pieces. 3 million pieces. 4 million pieces. When reaching the critical point of 5 million immortals, a wonderful feeling emerged from the bottom of Liu Sheng's heart. It was as if 2 antennae had been suddenly plugged into the head. In an instant, Liu Sheng had an extremely clear and huge understanding of the operation and evolution of the rules of the universe. The whole universe, in his eyes. It seems to have become more clear. Level 12. Liu Sheng felt that a new realm was close at hand. Now he just needs to take another step forward. It will be able to complete the final transformation from the 11th level to the 12th level. Comprehend the rules, lead the power of the rules into the body. This is the essence of 12th level practice, and Liu Sheng knew it long ago. The peak of the 5 realms is the perfection of the rules, and the 6 realms above the 5 realms represent the laws. Now, the martial arts at the peak of the 5 realms that I have mastered have. Liu Sheng counted carefully, and the final result is 12 kinds. There are a total of 26 kinds of martial arts that have not reached the peak, but have also entered the 5 realms. An appalling figure. If I can reach the peak of all these 26 martial arts, and then introduce the power of rules into my body. A total of 38 rules of the galaxy into the body. Hiss! Even Liu Sheng couldn't help but gasp. Combined with the mighty power bonus of 5 million immortal cells, plus the newly transformed Xianyu Supreme Body, as well as the supernatural blessing of the golden glazed body. He didn't even know what level of hardness his martial body would reach. Perfectly bear the full state of the red giant star form? Is it possible to kill a 13th level existence with one hand without using the power of the thunder law? It's worth looking forward to. Moreover, it has an entire dream universe, and countless powerful memory inheritances. And the massive rule fragments contained in the countless alien beast crystal nuclei. Liu Sheng's idea is not impossible to realize. Not even exceeding expectations. It's just right, before we break through completely, we need to improve our spiritual power, otherwise we won't be able to control this sudden surge of power. 330,000 immortals soared to 5 million. A tenfold increase in terror. Even if he could enter the martial arts state, Liu Sheng still felt a little weak. Just imagine, that's a total of 5 million star seeds. What if there is a fuss in the body? If the Xianyu Supreme Body is strengthened 10 times more, it will explode with a boom. So the safest course of action is to first strengthen the mental strength, and improve the control limit in the state of Valkyrie. 559 Thunderbolt Golden Crow. How many powers of rules has he comprehended? 3. Enveloped by the purple thunder plasma and the crimson star energy, Liu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. Shiquan Martial Arts Golden Crow. Liu Sheng tapped his eyebrows. In an instant, he was surrounded by countless energies, his long black hair began to transform into a reddish gold, and golden sun god patterns quickly appeared all over his body. After a few breaths, Liu Sheng completely entered the original star form of the Way of the Stars. Right now, his whole body was burning with the blazing golden sun fire. There are golden patterns all over the body, like gods who came out of myths and legends. Majestic, dignified, majestic. After the number of immortal cells in his body reached 5 million, Liu Sheng only dared to enter the proto-star form. Even the main sequence star form is afraid to set foot, for fear of being blown away by the skyrocketing power. But even if it's just a proto-star form, Liu Sheng clearly feels 5 million immortal me, proto-star form, are several times stronger than the previous 330,000 immortal main sequence star forms. Liu Sheng raised his right hand to observe the divine lines on the back of his palm. I saw that among the dense and complicated golden lines, there are still some new purple lines that are shaped like thunder. The thunder pattern Liu Yin is hidden between the golden god patterns, it is hard to find without looking carefully. Liu Sheng raised his claws abruptly. Between the 5 fingers, the sun's divine fire was burning violently, and bright purple thunder and lightning entangled with it, making the originally only blazing hot flame more destructive and explosive. It's different from before. Liu Sheng's eyes brightened slightly, and there was also a purple thunder flashing in the golden pupils. Thunder is bred in the Sunday. Then this proto-stellar golden crow state should be called the golden crow state of thunder. Liu Sheng flashed across the starry sky of the barren universe, and suddenly appeared above a huge dead planet. For the reclamation of the dream universe, Liu Sheng has never stopped. Try it, the power after fusing the power of thunder. Liu Sheng pointed at the huge planet under his feet, opened his arms, and looked down at the planet in a large shape. The cloak of the 4 elephants spiritual realm 100 soldiers performing martial arts. 100 soldiers perform martial arts. It is the first martial arts skill that Liu Sheng comprehended on his own after he was promoted to the 9th level of martial arts. Actually today, this martial arts skill has already transformed to the height of supernatural power. And because of Liu Sheng's understanding of his own Dao, Shiquan martial Dao, this supernatural power is already very different from its original appearance. Accompanied by the spread of Liu Sheng's arms, the void behind him was quickly filled with brilliant red gold. Large pieces of golden flames converged, and then purple thunder plasma. The 2 kinds of energy gathered together and quickly condensed into an incomparably huge curtain. This curtain is like a sky canopy, which can almost cover 1/3 of the planet below. The curtain of thunder and fire was filled with waves. Soon, a set of weapons with different shapes emerged from it. Compared with the 9th level martial arts saint, Liu Sheng's martial arts skills are more than 10 million times richer at this time. 100 soldiers perform martial arts, 100 soldiers perform martial arts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it 1,000 soldiers performing martial arts. Every weapon is entangled with thunder and fire, and the power contained in each weapon is enough to easily kill any martial arts expert below the 1st level. Following Liu Sheng's order, these hundreds of millions of thunder and fire weapons shot towards the huge planet below. In just a blink of an eye, half of the planet was completely submerged in the sea of thunder and flames. The exploding fireworks are so beautiful. Just no sound came out. Liu Sheng looked down quietly, watching countless streams of black smoke rising from the explosion, converging into a sea of black mist, and coming towards him. Liu Sheng silently digested this massive amount of martial arts memories, picked out those that were useful to him, and quickly made up for those skills that had not yet reached the peak of the 5 realms. It is only now that there is so much energy that it is almost inexhaustible, so I dare to squander it like this. Otherwise, once this trick is used, even if I have 5 million immortal cells, my physical energy will be drained instantly. This recruiting of hundreds of soldiers comes from the 4-element spiritual realm cloak inherited by the teacher. Now that it is used, it has almost discarded the essence of the teacher's 4-pole way. Liu Sheng didn't know whether it was good or bad. Among the three major inheritances he accepted, the inheritance of his teacher Yang Yizhu was the deepest, pointing to the 16th level. But it was Yang Yizhu's inheritance that he understood the least. Perhaps it is because Yang Yizhu's four-pole way conflicts with the Shiquan martial way he wants to deduce. Whether it is Wang He's 15th level star way, Duan Yifeng's 15 level divine crystal way, or the many 11th level, 12 level and even 13 level powerhouse ways he inherited in the dream universe, all of them can become the embellishment and supplement of his perfect martial arts framework. Only Yang Yizhu's four-pole way is inconsistent with his Shiquan martial way in terms of framework. So what he can do is to smash Yang Yizhu's inheritance bit by bit, and slowly integrate it into his own way. 0. Ask for flowers. This also means that unless Luxin can completely walk out of his own way, otherwise, he will forever lose a healthy road to the 16th level. This kind of trade-off is impossible for those who do not really have great perseverance and great determination. Do you regret it? Sheng asked himself. Maybe. But Sheng is very clear. It's just level 16, it can't save this universe at all. The barren and dead starry sky in front of him is the battlefield after teacher Yang Yizhu failed to fight against the dark side universe. While thinking about it, half of the planet under his feet has been cut off. Sheng felt it for a while, and the absorption of this small half of the planet successfully raised his 5-level martial art to the peak. In addition, the original power of the universe has also increased. If this planet is completely destroyed, if you are lucky, you may be able to complete 2 or 3 gates. Sheng was thinking secretly. At this time, an angry roar suddenly came from the broken planet below. Soon, several figures broke through the barrier of thunder and fire and appeared in Sheng's field of vision. Sheng glanced at it casually, but it's a pity that there are no 13th level people among these people. The highest is only level 12, but I don't know how many powers of the 12th level are fused with the power of rules. Sheng twisted his neck, and there was a series of explosive sounds of flesh and blood colliding from his body. He quickly rushed towards these people, dragging out a long and gorgeous purple and gold tail flame in the dark starry sky. Try it! Thunder Golden Crow! How strong is it? In the next second, the figures staggered. Boom! More brilliant fireworks bloom in the starry sky. At the same time, outside the fortress base of the space battlefield, a brilliant silver light almost submerged the small half of the base. A large number of silver light spots converged into a silver ocean. Countless strong men stood inside and outside the base, watching this scene with shocked expressions. In their field of vision, in this sea of silver light, a huge purple-red light cocoon is throbbing vigorously. Around the light cocoon, dozens of destructive galaxies surround it. The shock of the scene is almost unforgettable. God, the people in this light, how many kinds of rules and calendars have they comprehended? There was a strong man with a face full of shock, and murmured his loss. 560. His starting point is your ending point. More than half of the people in the battlefield base of the 100-star regions were attracted by this majestic vision and gathered around to watch. Around the huge purple light cocoon in the center of the ocean of silver light dots, dozens of bright galaxies symbolizing the power of rules float slowly around the light cocoon like silver bands of light. Someone stared at those silver bands of light and counted softly, and the final result was 38. There are 38 silver light bands. Represents the power of 38 rules. Everyone fell into a deep and huge shock. An ordinary 11th level martial artist can be regarded as a 12th-level martial artist who can temper a martial arts skill to the peak of the 5 realms and induce the power of rules to descend. And most of the newly promoted 12th level warriors' strength is still within the scope of comprehending the power of 1 or 2 rules. To be able to comprehend 3 or 5 ways, it is only possible for Tu Chi to be able to do it with a martial arts genius who has extremely outstanding talent, amazing understanding, and a natural perception of the rules of the universe. A 12th level powerhouse who comprehends the power of 7 or 8, or even 10 or more rules. Not without. But such existences are almost all old monsters who have stayed at the 12th level for more than 10,000 years. Without a long time to precipitate and refine, how could it be possible to master so many powers of rules? To put it bluntly, the comprehension of the power of rules is actually a grind. Of course, the vastness of the universe is not without those who are born with knowledge. There are also extremely young monsters in the starry sky who have mastered the power of many rules. Aonong Turing of the Turing family, recognized as the number one genius in the base of the 100 war zones, is the best example. With the blood of the immortal level, it has only been 1,000 years since he was promoted to the 12th level, and he has already mastered the power of nearly 20 rules, almost standing at the peak of the 12th level, and may be promoted to the 13th level at any time. Become the youngest 13th level law powerhouse in the history of the 100 war zones. And Aonong Turing is also known as the most likely 15th level master seedling in the future of the 100 war zones. But what about the person in the huge purple red light cocoon in front of him? Good guy, if you come up directly, you will have the power of 38 rules. Twice as much as Anand. This was just when he was about to be promoted to the 12th level, and he hadn't completely reached the 2nd level yet. What does that mean? This means that the mysterious person in the light cocoon who is hitting the 12th level has cultivated 38 different martial arts skills to at least the 5th level at the 11th level. Hey, did this guy start practicing martial arts after beating his mother's womb? Even if you start practicing martial arts right from the womb, and practice until you die at the 11th level, and practice until your lifespan is exhausted, it is impossible to comprehend all 38 martial arts of the 5 realms, right? All the strong onlookers were paralyzed, their hearts were filled with shock, and they couldn't express their inner feelings with words. Among the crowd, a handsome young man with ice blue long hair was also watching this scene in shock. Beside him, someone familiar with him sighed and said, "The starry sky is vast, and there are too many monsters. Nong Turing, this, what you said before, that evildoer who has the immortal blood and can defeat you at the 10th level. Say yes, Monroe." The ice-blue long-haired youth did not speak, but the words of his companion reminded him of the existence of someone. He fixedly looked at the purple-red light cocoon in the distance, as if he was comparing the two in his heart. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that the starry sky could give birth to such a talented person. At the position closest to the purple-red light cocoon, beside Mokado, besides Haijidao, 2 more powerful people came. This exclamation came from one of the tall blonde women. Haijidao and the other person were silent, but their jaws moved up and down slightly, as if unconsciously agreeing with what the woman said. Mokado, the chief star of the base in the 100 war zones, looked calm, his 6 arms drooped naturally, and his 6 eyes were calm. Suddenly, Mokado said something abruptly. The starting point of this child is already the end point of many people. The 3 of Haijidao were stunned when they heard this, and then they showed extremely complicated expressions. Yes. The chief star Mokado is right. The starting point of Liu Sheng's 12th level is already the end point that many people can't reach in their lifetime. It's like the 3 people of Haijidao. They also clearly remember the amount of power of rules they comprehended at the 12th level. Perhaps. Probably not even a third of Liu Sheng. The power of rules is the source of power for level 12 warriors, and it is also the bridge leading to level 13. There is no rigid requirement to be promoted from the 12th level to the 13th level after comprehending the power of how many rules. But only after comprehending enough rules, it is possible to retroactively deduce the outline of the laws of the universe from the rules, and thus advance to the 13th level. Moreover, the more power of rules comprehended by warriors, the stronger the rules will be when they are promoted to level 13. There are no rules. But there are rules. This is like a person who has practiced all kinds of martial arts, figured out something. After all, it is much more advanced than those who have only practiced 2 or 3 martial arts. But now Liu Sheng has just been promoted to the 12th level, and he has mastered a full history of 18 rules. Then when he was promoted to the 13th level, the law he realized. How scary will it be? Wrong. The three of Beijadao suddenly realized something. Liu Sheng has clearly realized a law. Moreover, it can be called the powerful law of thunder among the many known laws. If he is promoted to the 13th level, won't he have the power of more than one law? This thought suddenly popped into the minds of the three of Beijadao. In an instant, a deep shock from the depths of the soul swept through the whole body. At this moment, the sea of silver light spots in front suddenly surged violently. Immediately afterwards, two new bright galaxies emerged as the times required, representing the power of new rules. Hiss! There were gasps one after another in the void. Everyone was shocked to the point where they were almost numb, and even their souls were shaken endlessly. This! Is it really human? This idea popped up in the minds of countless people in the field. Boom! The huge wreckage of the planet was completely reduced to dust in the explosive fireworks. A large amount of black mist and smoke poured into Liu Sheng's body like a river flowing back. Liu Sheng closed his eyes and comprehended for a while. He didn't open his eyes again until this huge memory was completely absorbed. It's almost there, the memory inheritance of the 5 planets has completed my 13 5-level peak skills. At present, there are a total of 25 martial arts that have reached the peak of the 5 realms at 3.7. Mental strength also reached the peak of the 12th level smoothly. It doesn't make much sense to drag it on any longer, it's time to formally take that step. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng casually grabbed the surging lightning flames around him. He directly grabbed a turbid crystal that was the size of a human head and red in color. On this crystal, there seem to be some twisted and weird symbols and patterns, and ordinary people will go crazy in pain just by looking at it. This is the crystal nucleus of the 13th level general beast killed by Liu Sheng. He stayed here specially to use it as nourishment for the 13th level mental power shock. Liu Sheng exerted his palm slightly, and the strange crystal immediately exploded with a bang. In an instant, countless crimson turbid air streams emerged from it. Without waiting for these airflows to escape, Liu Sheng took a deep breath, sucking all the airflows into his mouth and nose. 561 The Way of the Stars in the Dark Side, the 13th level of spiritual power, the inheritance. In a daze, the figure of the 13th level general who was killed by him seemed to appear again before Liu Sheng's eyes. It stared at Liu Sheng viciously with countless eyeballs all over its body, with strong resentment in its eyes. Its mouth parts were constantly wriggling and opening and closing, as if it was casting some extremely evil curse on Liu Sheng. At number percent. One after another, weird syllables came out of its mouth, repeating over and over again. Liu Sheng listened for a while, and from these syllables, he could hear the meanings of greatness, forget everything and destruction. Liu Sheng suddenly understood. What this guy said might be the title of Lord of Forgotten. What are you doing? Cast a curse on me, so that the big guy behind me will be free to fuck me. Liu Sheng thought about it casually, and together with his soul, he completely crushed the last remaining consciousness of this 13th level general alien. What a curse, what is Tian's revenge? Liu Sheng didn't care at all. Anyway, he had already messed with a level 15 beast lord on Azure Star. What kind of Lord of Forgotten is this? Can it be more impressive than the one over there? The so-called lice are not afraid of biting. If you have the ability, come and kill him now. Otherwise. Line 02 behind. After smashing the consciousness of the 13th level general's alien beast, a huge spiritual force immediately merged into Liu Sheng's soul. In an instant, countless chaotic and broken images flashed before Liu Sheng's eyes. This spiritual power is full of extreme evil and chaotic atmosphere, not to mention the 12th level. I am afraid that it is even the 13th level of the law powerhouse. If you are rushed by this force, you will instantly become a lunatic with confusion. But Liu Sheng has been suffering from this kind of memory shock since the beginning of martial arts. Up to now, it is an entire planet at every turn, with hundreds of millions of memory inheritance. To him, this kind of mental shock was like walking without an umbrella on a rainy day and being drenched by the rain. Have a feeling. But not much. As for the evil breath in this mental power, that would be easier. Sheng thought about it. A ray of soul consciousness spanned countless light years in an instant, and descended to the blue star far away in the starry sky. In the dark depths of the sea, quietly dormant a huge shell-shaped monster. The surface of this monster is covered with pitch-black irregular scales, and the whole body exudes a thick atmosphere of chaos and evil. Sudden! The countless scales on the surface of the shell monster opened, and there was an extra eye under each black scale. Countless eyes swirled, and then a huge clam shell split open from the middle. Among the dense jagged fangs and pink flesh and blood, a sleeping figure slowly came to life. Is this what the alienated cell clone looks like now? Sheng felt his own body. Under the protection of a huge and hard shell, he is like a pearl inside a clam shell. The lower body and the inside of the black shell are connected together, absorbing the nutrients transmitted by the other party all the time. Moreover, Sheng accidentally discovered that the current strength of his alienated cell clone has actually reached level 12. Faster than his body progress. This life is too moist. Thinking of an indescribable existence that raised his clone as his own son, Sheng didn't know whether he should be happy. Still happy. Sheng checked the others again, and found that the imprint of Tao on the dark side of the extreme fire that he left in the clone last time has been cultivated by him to look good. Perhaps it is following the instinct in the gene. The avatar explored the extremely dark way of fire. It turned out to be following the way of Sheng's stellar path. Proto-star form, main sequence star form, red giant star form. You can now enter main sequence star form. It's just that its proto-star is dark purple. Unlike the bright, fiery purple of thunder. It's deep, mysterious, full of chaos and evil. The higher you go, the darker the star becomes. Could it be? Sheng guessed, the son of the dark side universe. Don't say it's really possible. It's quite normal for that indescribable existence to nurture the alienated cell clone with all its heart and soul, and instill some memory inheritance. From this, the latter deduced the dark side of the stellar way. It really makes sense. Then I'll give you some nourishment. Sheng straightly threw all the things that were harmful to him in the spiritual power of the 13th level general to the avatar. In an instant, the shell-shaped body of the alienated avatar rapidly inflated, like blowing up a balloon. And it continues to grow rapidly in the direction of deformity and chaos. Faintly, an aura that goes straight to the 13th level emanates from his body. The silent ocean was completely disturbed by the aura emanating from Sheng's avatar, and an unknown number of strange beasts wailed. An incomparably huge consciousness extended from the deepest part of the abyss. There seems to be a hint of joy in it. It is the kind of joy that parents see when their children are promising. Okay, good boy, grow up fast. In order not to spoil the joy of the other party's hope that his son would become a dragon, Sheng quickly pulled his soul away. Leave quietly. Just as he came quietly. Call. Soul consciousness returns to the body. After removing all harmful impurities, what is left in the spirit power of the 13th level general is pure nourishment. Countless memories about martial arts, rules, and even laws poured into Sheng's body in pieces. In just an instant, Sheng had 3 martial arts of 5 realms filled to their peak state. And there are 4 new 5-realm martial arts. 13th grade. A real 13th level in reality. How rich is his lifetime accumulation? Sheng now knows. In terms of quality, it may be inferior to the 13th level overlord named Lei Fuxian in the dream space he inherited before. After all, he belonged to the Starry Sky Terran. But at the top, it completely crushed Lei Fuxian's memory. After all, God knows how long this 13th level general has survived in the dark universe. In the process of it growing to the 13th level, God knows how many 120 living beings' memories it swallowed. Even Liu Sheng, who is currently at the peak of the 12th level, can barely withstand the impact of this memory. In just a split second, the soul was shaken, and golden blood flowed out from the 7 orifices. Yes. After the number of immortal cells reached 5 million, Liu Sheng's blood had completely turned red gold. Like amber, but also like melting red crystal. There seems to be a bit of purple in it, showing a purple gold color, giving people a sense of extreme dignity. Stay. After a few breaths, the 4-color crystal in Liu Sheng's mind, which represents the cultivation of spiritual power, suddenly expanded a large circle. A 5th color appears. At the same time, Liu Sheng's mental strength has also officially broken through the 12th level, heading towards the 13th level. At the same time, a huge force full of rage, anger, and fury appeared, and quickly poured into the newly born 5-color crystal. Originally, the 5-color crystal with uniform color distribution, the red part began to expand rapidly, increasing. When the entire spar is almost covered in red. Crack! The 5-color crystal in Liu Sheng's mind cracked. Also at the same moment, a brand new memory about the follow-up inheritance of the way of divine crystal emerged from the depths of Liu Sheng's mind. Accompanied by the absorption and digestion of this inheritance, the 5 colors in Liu Sheng's eyes intertwined and flickered, and a trace of enlightenment appeared on his face. Turned out to be. This is the true core of the inheritance of the Dao of the divine crystal. 562 Using anger as a blade, the battle to protect the Dao. 1. Along with the shattering of the 5-color crystal, a long knife of Shen Guangyai appeared in Liu Sheng's mind. Words cannot describe the beauty of this knife. The whole body of this knife is crystal clear, consisting of 7 parts and 7 colors. Each color represents the strength of an emotion. Joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, surprise. With resentment as a blade. Sheathed fear. Startled. Take joy as a handle. Thinking as a bridge. Take sadness as the spine. Take worry as the ear. Every emotion represents a force of law. The power of the law of a single emotion is actually not that strong. At least, the power of the law of the 13th level general beast killed by Liu Sheng was not strong enough to master the power of anger, and could not match his law of thunder. But the power of more than 2 emotional laws is different. Liu Sheng clearly sensed it. When the 2 laws of emotion are added together, the power can be equal to or even slightly exceeded the law of thunder. If there are 3 kinds of words, it will stabilize the thunder law. 4, 5. Not to mention, if you can gather all the 7 emotions. In the consciousness of the soul, Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and gently grabbed the 7-color magic knife, holding it in his hand. A wonderful sense of control instantly arises from the bottom of my heart. Maybe an incredible qualitative change. At this time, he unlocked only 5 emotional powers in total. So on the 7-color magic knife in his hand, there are only 5 colors that are actually lit. Among them, red, which represents anger, is the most. It has been condensed and formed, and the blade of the magic knife is almost filled. A knife of emotional rules that cuts straight at the spirit, composed of 5 emotional forces. I have one more whole card. The way of the divine crystal finally bloomed with its own radiance, and it became one of the most powerful cards in his hand at this stage in one fell swoop. Liu Sheng is very satisfied. Spiritual power has also successfully broken through, so next, it's time to officially enter the 12th level. Liu Sheng thought, taking a deep breath. In an instant, the massive thunder plasma and star energy surrounding him were all sucked into his body. Liu Sheng is moving towards that higher realm. Shock. Boom. At the same time, the base in the 100 war zones, the silver ocean that almost enveloped most of the base space also shook violently. Countless people exclaimed. The chief star Mokudo and the others looked terrified, as if they had expected something, and there was a look of anticipation on their faces. He's starting to really get promoted. I saw the silver ocean rapidly gathering towards the middlemost position and collapsing. Soon the huge purple-red light cocoon was submerged. At the same time, an inexplicable throbbing spread out from it, spreading across the entire space like invisible ripples in an instant, causing the minds of countless people to tremble violently. That feeling, like what extremely earth-shattering existence is about to be born? Everyone's blood was full of anger, their hearts were beating faster, and their eyes were wide open, staring at the center of Yunhai without blinking. There are more than 40 regular galaxies there, like the most gorgeous aurora silver belt in the universe, swaying and shaking, shocking. The scene where the power of more than 40 rules slowly merged into the Yunhai is something that countless people will never forget. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from somewhere in the base. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared. He was a young man with long hair in braids, dark skin, and handsome appearance. His hair, his eyes are all green. There are also countless green, lightning-like energies wrapped around his body, which looks extremely extraordinary. The emergence of young people has attracted the attention of many people. The people at the base in the 100 War Zone recognized the identity of the young man at a glance. It's Anand. Anand Turing. He was also attracted. Previously, Anand Turing had been in retreat and practiced, making final accumulation and preparations for hitting the 23rd level. But the movement of Liu Sheng's breakthrough attracted too many forces in the void that belonged to the power of rules. The frequent fluctuations finally shocked this proud son of heaven and broke through. This is... Anand Turing stared wide-eyed, staring fixedly at the power of more than 40 rules. His handsome face was full of shock. Is there a strong person in the base promoted to the 13th level? Moreover, it was promoted to the 13th level with the power of 43 rules. You know, Anand Turing has retreated for so long, but he can barely reach 20 of the power of rules he has comprehended. Originally, I thought that this exit would definitely shock the Beta. As a result, he never expected that someone would be promoted to the 13th level one step ahead of him. And the background accumulation is more than twice that of his. Anand Turing's extremely proud heart couldn't accept this at all, and his face was a little ugly. But with the passage of time, he gradually saw something wrong in the scene in front of him. No, this doesn't seem to be the scene of hitting the 3rd level. Anand Turing's eyes were fixed on the turbulent silver ocean of rules, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. An unprecedented and terrifying guess appeared in his mind. In just a split second, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. This is the vision of the 11th level being promoted to the 12th level. This. How is it possible? Anand Turing, it's numb. The appearance of Anand Turing did not cause much disturbance in the arena, and most people's attention was always on Liu Sheng, who was waiting for a breakthrough. Including Mokudo etc. At this time, the huge silver sea of rules in the void has shrunk completely into the light cocoon. The place where the purple-red light cocoon was originally located has now become a group of extremely rich silver energy clusters, which looks like a huge silver light cocoon. Mokudo stared at the light cocoon for a while, then suddenly raised his head, and his 6 eyes looked in the direction of the void in the distance. Are you ready, you? Mokudo spoke softly. Baijidao and the others standing beside him looked terrified, as if they had thought of something. They nodded in unison. Almost when Mokudo spoke, an evil and chaotic atmosphere quickly emerged from where his eyes fell. It's like a dark grey tide. Appeared from somewhere in the void, and then quickly extended towards the base. This change attracted the attention of many people in the field, and at the same time, several powerful and unparalleled auras erupted from the field. A grey-white bone, with a strong air of decay and withering. A burst of fire seemed to burn and melt everything. A piercing unparalleled, with the feeling of cutting everything. These 3 auras come from the 3 Haijidao people beside Mokado. The 3 of them all entered the state of fighting, with icy breath surging around their bodies, and their killing intent soared. Whenever there is a son of Tianjiao on our side of the human race to break through, the alien beast side must send out forces to attack and kill them. This was the case when Aonang broke through the 12th level. Now Liu Sheng's talent, with Zhao, is several times better than that of Aonang, and it will be no exception. This is the battle to protect the Dao. One arm of Mokado slowly raised, and the majestic voice came from the chest, and quickly spread to every corner of the void where the base was located. Everyone is ready to meet the enemy. Hum! The battle siren in the base was sounded, and teams of soldiers poured out of the base, and countless people entered a state of combat readiness. Headed by the 3 of Haijidao, they headed towards the direction where the evil and chaotic breath came from in the distance. Stay tuned. The 3 of Haijidao stood at the forefront of the battle formation, squinting their eyes and looking at the distance still. The blonde woman among the 3 suddenly said, at the beginning when Aonang was promoted to the 12th level, they sent 2 13th level generals to assassinate them. Now that Liu Sheng is promoted, guess what? How many will they send? Haijidao and another man smiled and were about to speak. Suddenly at this moment, a trace of indescribable and terrifying coercion pierced through the void and descended quietly. The faces of the 3 of them changed suddenly, and even their voices were slightly distorted due to shock. Level 14. Commander level 563 Oran Turing. A splash of blue surged up from the black-grey tide. At first there was only a little, but soon the latecomers prevailed. Almost in an instant, the entire sky was changed into a different color. The fortress of the 100 War Zone was shrouded in a translucent energy mask, and everything around it was covered in blue. Everyone seems to be under a blue ocean. The blue did not bring any good emotions to people, but it seemed sad, worried and corrupt. Like a dead sea full of corpses and memories. It weighs heavily on everyone's heart, making it hard to breathe. In the blue Dead Sea, an incomparably huge and indescribable shadow can be vaguely seen. There are also countless eyes, looking coldly at everyone below through the blue curtain. A feeling of sadness and despair from the heart quickly spread in the arena. Everyone seemed to be experiencing a natural death, quietly waiting for their own decay and decay. Even the 3 of them are the same. Until a soft cold hum rang in everyone's ears. Zakaria Abbott. Mokado's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision at some point, his 6 eyes stared indifferently at the huge shadow behind the blue Dead Sea, and he said a long and strange name. Mokado's voice pulled everyone back from that inexplicable and weird emotional state. What happened before everyone could react? 287 heard the shadow behind the Dead Sea growl as well. Immediately afterwards, an indescribably magnificent aurora flashed away in everyone's eyes. The Dead Sea in the sky parted suddenly, and the figure of Chief Star Chief Kodo had disappeared. Also gone is the huge shadow behind the blue screen. The 2 seemed to have entered another space to fight. It was a battle belonging to the strong in the 14th level law domain, and even Haijidao and others were not qualified to intervene or spy. But the blue Dead Sea still exists. The black-grey waves under the blue sea surged up. And rapidly expanding. You can see it when you get close. The black and grey are full of ferocious, deformed, and ugly beasts. Among them, the heads of the strange beasts with particularly large size, the aura exuded from their bodies was not much weaker than that of Beijidao and the others. The 13th level general and beast. 4 heads. There is one more than the 3 of Haijidao. 1 per person. The stalwart middle-aged man among the 3 *quickly said, the remaining one will be handed over to the defense system of the base. Haijidao and the blonde woman nodded without any objection. Number yen asterisk. The stalwart middle-aged man tapped the communication device and gave a few quick instructions. Then the void beside him suddenly split open, and a large amount of scorching hot magma gushed out from it. A red-hot saber, the size of a door panel, rolled up from the magma and was grabbed by the man. War! The man roared, as if a million lava volcanoes erupted in his body at the same time. The whole person was wrapped in billowing magma, turning into a giant magma dragon tens of thousands of kilometers away, with monstrous flames, rushing towards the direction of the tide of alien beasts ahead. Haijidao and the blonde woman were also not to be outdone. The two of them, one grey and one white, were equally astonishing. At this time, the three 13th level powerhouses turned into arrows, using their bodies as fronts, and stabbed fiercely into the army of alien beasts. This scene directly aroused the morale and enthusiasm of all the base fighters in the 100 theaters below. The crowd roared and began to officially devote themselves to this battle. Even the 14th level chief star leader and the 13th level deputy star leader are taking the lead. What reason do they have to back down? Boom! Accompanied by the activation of war weapons on the base fort defense system. A war between the human race and the alien beasts in the starry sky has begun. Looking from top to bottom. Under the grey-blue sky, two black torrents collided fiercely. Die! The green lightning penetrated thousands of miles in an instant. Along the way, the strange beast, whether it is level 11 or level 12, all turned into powder, leaving no residue. Aonong Turing is still galloping on the battlefield like a god of war. Having fully comprehended the power of the 20 rules, he is almost invincible in the field of the 12th level. If it was yesterday, this almost Aonong Turing will also be removed. Thinking of this, Aonong Turing subconsciously glanced at the location, of the silver light cocoon. There was no sound in the light cocoon, and it remained calm. As the cause of this battle to protect the Dao, it seemed to stay out of it, and all the blood and fire around him had nothing to do with him. 43 The 12th level of the power of 43 rules. Aonong Turing didn't know whether it was jealousy or something, and he gritted his teeth hard. Before this silver light cocoon appeared, Aonong Turing had always been the only legend in the 100-star region. He represents the pinnacle of the entire 100 great talents, and is the limit that billions of trillions of creatures cannot surpass. He possesses immortality, and even Master Mokado of the 14th level has personally praised him, saying that he is very likely to surpass himself in the future and become an existence above the 14th level. And all of this, after a silver light cocoon appeared from nowhere. It changed completely. No. How can I not be as good as him? I am the greatest glory in the history of the Turing family, I was born extraordinary. Invisible streaks of blood appeared faintly in Aonong Turing's eyes. The killing, death, and chaotic atmosphere on the battlefield caused a slight change in his mentality. The silver light cocoon would flash in Aonong Turing's mind every few seconds, causing a vein on his forehead to twitch wildly. Sudden! Aonong Turing slammed towards a certain general beast not far away that emitted a 13th level existence, and his whole body was almost completely melted in a piece of dark green lightning. I'm still the most talented. No one can replace me. Roar! Boom! The sound of the collision and explosion of the green lightning and the general's beast caught the attention of many people on the field. The faces of the three people who were fighting fiercely with their respective opponents changed slightly, but when the green lightning dispersed, the figure of Aonong Turing appeared again. The three breathed a quick sigh of relief. Amazing, as expected of Aonong. The stalwart man covered in magma praised him. Haijidao and the blonde woman also nodded slightly. But that's all. If it was before, they might have let out a few deeper exclamations, but now. Haven't you seen that there is an ultimate monster that can kill a level 13 monster at level 11? The 12th level can fight the 13th level. So be it. No need to make a fuss about it. Die. Die to me. At this moment, many beautiful and complex green patterns lit up all over Aonong Turing's body, his immortal blood was urged to the extreme, and the green energy transformed into lightning, flame, hail, sword, and other forms in his hands. Crazy it bombarded the general in front of him. His power comes from immortality. The energy intensity of this green color exceeds the power of ordinary warriors by tens of millions of times, and it can simulate any energy with known properties in the universe, so it has strong adaptability. It is Aonan Turing's reliance, and it is also his greatest pride as the #1 genius in the top 100 war zones. Aonan Turing is also proud enough. It's just that at the 12th level, he insisted on relying on his own powerful and incomparable innate ability to fight back and forth with the 13th level General Yi Beast. Even with the continuous urging of the blood power, he is constantly leaning towards the upper hand. 564 He is destined to take everything from you, why do you sacrifice your life for him? 1,000 stars crack the sky. Aonang let out a low growl, and the surging green energy around his body turned into a gorgeous star ring, which exploded suddenly. Like 1,000 stars bursting into the void at the same time. A terrifying energy tide swept everything around, engulfing the 13th level general and everything around him. Everyone is far away from Aonang, and they dare not approach at all. After Aonang Turing regained some of his strength while panting, he saw the scene in front of him clearly, but his face was ugly. After the dissipated energy tide, the body of the 13th level general was revealed. This gigantic monster covered in arthropod limbs, although covered in cuts and bruises, the wounds on its body are healing at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, he completely recovered, as if he had never been hurt. Damn it! Aonan Turing cursed in a low voice, his face ugly. He has already exerted his own strength and the potential of the immortal level extraordinary life physique to a certain extreme, but the attack he makes seems to be a little bit harmless to the 13th level general. In fact, Aonan Turing is already proud enough. With a 12th level body, he can force a 13th level general to this point, and he has not suffered any substantial damage except for a little consumption. After hundreds of star regions, I am afraid that only he can do this. But Aonan Turing is not reconciled. Because he is Aonan Turing, the owner of the immortal bloodline, the greatest honor in the history of the Turing family, the #1 talent in the 100-star regions, and a super genius who may enter the 15th level department master in the future. How could it be possible to be satisfied with the result of being undefeated against the 13th level head-on? No. He can definitely do better. Let the powerhouses in the battlefield base of the entire 100-star regions be shocked again, and let their eyes turn away from that damn bastard who has comprehended the power of more than 40 rules at the 11th level, and turn them back to him. Burn! Burn for me! Immortal bloodline power! Aonang Turing roared, and the beautiful and complicated lines on his body became brighter and more dazzling. He squeezed his body like crazy, and frantically vented his attack on the 13th level beast in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a huge gap between him and the other party. He couldn't hurt the other party in a real sense. Just when Aonan Turing was full of unwillingness and gradually fell into madness. Suddenly, a strange voice rang in his ear. Do you want to have more power? Who? Aonan Turing came back to his senses abruptly, looking around vigilantly. Who's talking to me? Look up! The strange voice continued. Aonan Turing raised his head quickly, and the whole person was stunned. In the blue sky, a pair of huge eyes were watching him quietly. Those eyes are as vast, quiet, and deep as the starry sky. Just a look at each other, Aonan Turing's mind was almost sucked in. You want to get stronger? That's so easy. Is the power of the 43 rules a lot? I can let you instantly comprehend 100 ways, 1,000 ways. Do you want to advance to level 13? You choose which laws you want to master. Do you think the potential of the bloodline is still too low? How about the bloodline of the monarch? That voice bewitched Aonan Turing's mind with an extremely seductive tone. As long as you want, I can make you, Aonan Turing, the greatest genius in the entire Serpentis galaxy. Only you. Do little things for me. Aonan Turing was in a trance for a moment under the wonderful blueprint drawn by the other party. But he recovered quickly and sneered again and again. Who are you? Lord of Oblivion? Do you think I, Onan Turing, is the kind of waste material that can be bewitched at will? Roll. Bugs of the dark side. Onan Turing roared, shooting thousands of green lightning bolts into the eyes of the sky. His strike shattered the giant eyes in the blue sky. The voice next to my ear seemed to be picking up intermittently and gradually fading away. The voice sighed softly in the ear of Onan Turing in a tone full of regret. It's really just a small thing. All you need is to quietly lead the cutie who is fighting with you to the side of the light cocoon. What a simple thing, but the rewards are billions of times. Obviously he is an opponent who is about to take away all your glory, but you want to protect him so desperately. It's really incomprehensible. Aonang originally dismissed the words of the strange voice. As the most outstanding genius in the 100 war zones, he has been in the different space battlefield for so long, and he has experienced similar temptations many times. 0. Asking for flowers. He has long been immune to all threats and temptations from the dark side. He, Onan Turing, is not only powerful in body and physique, but also has an unparalleled and invincible willpower. But the last words before the strange voice left seemed to hit his heart accurately in an instant. Onan Turing's body trembled invisibly. He suddenly broke free from the illusion of the Forgotten Lord and returned to reality. It was still a noisy and chaotic battlefield, and the terrifying 13th level general was still in front of him. Onan Turing looked around, and his eyes suddenly stopped on a huge silver light cocoon not too far away from him. Unknowingly, has the battle group he and the 13th level general alien beast moved here? Onan Turing looked at the others around him. 0. The chief star fought against the Forgotten Lord in the unknown space, and the three of them had their own opponents, and the other powerhouses were also in a fierce battle. It seems that not many people pay special attention to him. If I push the battle group a little further over there. At that time, the 13th level general, under the command of the Forgotten Lord, will turn to attack the light cocoon, so you can't blame me, can you? After all, I'm only level 12, so I don't have the ability to stop it at all. A thought quietly arose in Onan Turing's mind. And once it is born, it will spread rapidly like wildfire in the starry sky, raging and unstoppable. Yet, at least the Forgotten Lord said something right. A guy who may take away the glory that originally belonged to me, why should I sacrifice my life to protect him? A savage look flashed across Onan Turing's face, as if he had made up his mind. Suddenly, with a low growl, he launched a brilliant attack on the 13th level generals in front of him, and then quietly moved a long distance to the position of the silver light cocoon without leaving any trace. And the 13th level general, alien beast, seemed to have a tacit understanding with him. When the light cocoon entered a certain range of the battle group, the 13th level general alien beast suddenly turned around, abandoned Onan Turing, and rushed towards the silver light cocoon. The ferocity and rage that erupted at that moment, as well as the strong coercion of the law, made Onan Turing's hairs explode. He woke up suddenly. The 13th level general, Ye Xiao, had been playing with him all the time. The other party actually. I've been waiting for this moment forever. 565 Breaking the cocoon, what kind of monster is it protecting? At this time, the 13th level general, the beast, was more than 10 times stronger than when he fought Onan Turing. The terrifying power of law permeated the void, and each one made Onan Turing's heart shudder and his scalp tingle. He finally knew the real difference between the 12th level and the 13th level. That is a huge gap that cannot be bridged by the power of 20 rules. If the opponent used this strength when they came up, then what can I use to contend with it for so long? If he started with this kind of strength, seeing that I am invincible, Haijidao and others will definitely allocate part of their strength to take care of this side. And it deliberately shows weakness, giving everyone the illusion that I am completely capable of containing the other party, so our 13th level powerhouse will rest assured that it will be completely handed over to me, and neglect to guard against it. Turing finally figured out the joint, feeling ashamed and indignant. In vain he claimed to be the #1 genius in the history of the 100 war zones, but he was played by a general's alien beast from the dark side of 097, and became a tool for the opponent to carry out his plan. How can he accept this? Damn it! Turing let out a roar, and the green energy all over his body soared, and tens of thousands of green energy clusters were shot at the 13th level general in an instant, as if 10,000 green suns bloomed in the void at the same time. But this extremely terrifying blow to the 12th level domain, the latter didn't even take a look at it. The huge and deformed body, like a starship in the sky, went straight to the silver light cocoon in the center of the battle group and crushed it. Terrible energy fluctuations draw the attention of others on the battlefield. Haijidao and the others glanced hastily during the battle, and their faces changed drastically when they saw what happened here. Not good. This is a battle for Liu Sheng. If Liu Sheng is assassinated, or his promotion is interrupted, then their fierce battle will be meaningless. The three of Haijidao immediately wanted to pull back to help, but they fought against the 3 general-level beasts, but at this time, it seemed as if they had agreed, and they all went crazy and attacked them frantically. Holding the 3 of them tightly, they couldn't get out of the battle group at all. At the same time, countless eyes suddenly appeared on the blue sky like the Dead Sea, and all the beasts in the entire battlefield went completely mad, as if they were caught in an inexplicable collective carnival. Everyone was shocked. This is clearly a long-planned conspiracy. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the 13th level assassin General Alien Beast roared silently, resisting the attack of Turing, and sent the giant clawed wolf with the power of the law of terror to the silver light. Egg. Just when this killing blow was about to fall on the silver light cocoon. Crack. A crisp cracking sound spread throughout the void battlefield. The silver light cocoon broke by itself first. A brilliant, big hand completely wrapped in thick silver suddenly protruded from the light cocoon. Firmly grasped the front end of the giant claw of the general-level alien beast. Compared with a general-level beast that is comparable in size to a giant starship, this palm is really too small. But unfortunately, it completely withstood the momentum of the general-level beast's pounce, preventing it from advancing an inch. This weird scene was like an ant suddenly blocking the elephant's foothold, which brought an unparalleled huge impact to everyone. Just when everyone was stunned, the light cocoon was completely broken, and a figure shrouded in silver brilliance walked out of the light cocoon. He pressed both hands on the paws of the general-level beast at the same time, exerting a little force. Giggle. Accompanied by a tooth-piercing groan, the void of the entire void battlefield vibrated. Immediately afterwards, everyone's pupils shrank sharply, seeing that the figure abruptly swung the 13th level general alien beast, which was tens of thousands of times larger than its size. Then throw it out hard. Boom. The aftermath of indescribably terrifying energy instantly swept across the entire starry sky. The huge 13th level general alien screamed, and flew away quickly like a sack that was thrown away by someone. Breaking through layers of void along the way, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers away I flew. Everyone was stunned. I froze in place. All the carnival beasts on the battlefield also fell silent. There was a momentary sluggishness in the pair of crazy and chaotic eyes. Even the countless eyes on the blue sky like the Dead Sea paused for a moment. Then they all focused on the figure shrouded in silver light. Soon, all to see. The silver color on the figure covered with silver light quickly converged and receded. Among them was the figure of a young man in his 20s. The young man's eyes were tightly closed, and his arms drooped naturally. The black hair like a waterfall hangs down to the waist, and the perfect body that can be called the creation of the starry sky has a silver light flickering faintly. Suddenly, the young man's closed eyes opened. There seemed to be lights of various colors flashing in it, but eventually turned into pure black. The young man took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared in the same place in an instant. Then in the next instant, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations that surpassed the previous ones came from an extremely distant place. Boom boom boom. The void of this battlefield shook wildly, many people couldn't stand steadily, their expressions were startled, and they didn't know what happened. You can only cast your eyes and divine thoughts in the direction of the wave. There seemed to be two extremely terrifying beings fighting fiercely. And this exists. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The strength is at least above level 13. The fluctuations come and go quickly. After a few breaths, the daily vibration disappeared. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the handsome young man who walked out of the light cocoon before reappeared, and was flying back step by step from the extremely far void. And under the young man's feet, an ugly, deformed head the size of an asteroid was quietly floating. The owner of that head. It was clearly the 13th level general level beast that was thrown out by the youth before. Hiss! In an instant, countless people in the field looked horrified and gasped wildly. Even the three 13th level powerhouses, including Haijidao, all had their pupils constricted and their expressions frantically shocked. 13th level, general level. In just a dozen breaths. Was killed. That is a 3.5 existence who has comprehended the power of law. On the same level as them. The key is, how many levels does Liu Sheng have after breaking through? Only fucking level 12. Level 12 can kill level 13 within a dozen breaths? The three of Beijidao only felt a room in their chests, and they couldn't say anything in a short time. At this time, Ao Nong Turing stared blankly at Liu Sheng who had returned with the head of a 13th level general, and his mind went buzzing on the spot. This moment. Only then did he truly know that this so-called Dao protection battle that affected the battlefield bases of the entire 100-star regions. Countless people risked their lives. Protected. What kind of a special monster? Yes. Even Oron Turing, who has been called a monster countless times by countless people from birth to now, also wants to call this young man in front of him at this time monster. 566 5 million Immortal Baijin, Thunderbolt Jinwu. The power of stars, break. Somewhere on the battlefield, a young man with silver hair and shawls and a cold temperament was also staring blankly at the handsome young man who came back stepping on the head of a 13th level general. Monroe. He's. Monroe stared at the young man, and there seemed to be waves in his heart. Liu Sheng. He's Liu Sheng. From birth to extinction of a star, Monroe will never forget the name. In the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Contest held in the Yamui Star District, it was Liu Sheng who, with the 10th level body, straddled two great realms and defeated him abruptly. And it was the kind that almost beat him to death. If it wasn't for the other parties holding back at the last moment, Monroe would probably have lived his second life at this moment. Monroe has never had such a huge, almost desperate sense of fear for someone in terms of martial arts talent. Even after entering the different space battlefield, I heard all kinds of incredible deeds about the first genius of the 100-star area battlefield, Aonan Turing. In Monroe's heart, Liu Sheng is still the most monstrous existence in his opinion. Now, he saw each other again. The opponent who stepped on the head of a 13th level general. Something hit Monroe hard in the head. He really couldn't understand why Liu Sheng could jump from level 10 to level 12 even though the martial arts competition was only a few years away. And the ability to leapfrog challenges has become more and more outrageous. Only promoted to the 12th level, killing the 13th level is like killing a chicken. Between 12 and 13, there is a natural mode of laws. The vast majority of people in the field had the same thoughts as Monroe, looking at Liu Sheng's eyes. It can no longer be described as looking at a monster. It seems to be looking at an outrageous existence that transcends reality and cannot be accommodated within the rules. Only now do they really know that this battle to protect the Dao has mobilized the entire 100 war zones, and even the chief star leader himself ended up. What they guard? What kind of monster genius? In front of this person, Onan Turing completely disappeared from everyone. Anger is the blade. Born from the blade, the 13th level 7-color magic sword is indeed powerful. At this time, Liu Sheng was rapidly digesting another wave of emotional law power that he had just harvested. He found that these strange beasts were simply the best law food for him. I don't know if Duan Yifeng, who created the way of Shenjing, did it deliberately. These 13th level generals born from the dark side, the power of law they mastered perfectly matched his 7-color magic sword. All are great supplements. The 13th level general alien beast, who had just been killed by him with a sharp knife, mastered the law of emotion, which is shock. Shocked. At this time, the tip of the 13th level 7-color magic knife in Liu Sheng's mind was rapidly forming. The overall power of the divine sword is also rapidly increasing. At number yen %*_. Weird syllables hang down from the top of the head, carrying a hint of tenderness. Liu Sheng raised his head, facing the eyes of the entire sky. Under the blue sky like the Dead Sea, countless eyes stared fixedly at Liu Sheng, revealing many emotions such as resentment, hatred, anger, fear, and sadness. A momentary trance appeared before Liu Sheng's eyes. The 7-color magic knife in his mind suddenly burst into light. At the same time, a cold snort sounded, shattering countless eyeballs. Liu Sheng quickly recovered from his trance. Looking at the sky again, his eyes were already somewhat cold. Just now, the 14th level existence named Lord of Forgotten secretly attacked him. If it is an ordinary 12th level, under the watchful eyes of countless eyeballs releasing the law of emotions at the same time, they may have been bewitched and lost, or even severely injured. Killing your dog, you still stare at me. Liu Sheng whispered softly, and the fighting spirit gradually burned in his eyes. Grade 12. He is already in the 12th grade. With a lot of whole cards in hand, even if you are waiting for the 13th level, you can kill if you say kill. Ever since he learned of the Azure Star's catastrophe, Liu Sheng has always felt a heavy weight in his heart. There is always a sword of Damocles hanging above his head. Although he has been looking for a way to save the world, trying to improve his strength, he wants to catch the disaster that will inevitably happen in the future. But compared to a huge catastrophe that will sweep across the entire galaxy, what he did felt like an ant traveling thousands of miles, besieging the public and moving mountains. But now, Liu Sheng finally felt it. He looks like finally got such a small amount of strength. Can try. Go for the near unrealistic goals and fantasies. Right now is the best opportunity to verify his small part of strength. Level 14, although it's still a long way from level 15, it should be. It might still make me see something. As Liu Sheng thought about it, the flames of war suddenly appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath. Then the whole person inflated like a balloon. 5 million immortal cells in his body were simultaneously ignited, and terrifying power that was beyond measure filled every corner of his body in an instant. If he hadn't broken through before, Liu Sheng probably would have exploded on the spot when he activated the Valkyrie state. But at this time, he has added the power of 43 rules, and his martial body has become tyrannical to an unprecedented level. Boom boom! Groups of red energy exploded on Liu Sheng's body, as if hundreds of thousands of millions of stars exploded at the same time. An indescribably terrifying energy ripple swept across the entire void battlefield in an instant. Almost everyone who was swept away by this aftermath of energy felt their hair stand on end and their scalps went numb in an instant. Onan Turing, who was swept away by the aftermath of this energy, felt that the energy in his body was about to boil instantly. The whole person is also like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The green patterns on his body flickered wildly. This. Onan Turing looked at Liu Sheng, who was constantly expanding and growing in horror, and blurted out in disbelief, "What kind of blood power is it? It can make even the immortal man feel horrified. This kind of terrifying coercion from the genetic level. It is simply impossible to be at the same immortal level. Could it be sovereign bloodline? There will be an owner of a monarch-level bloodline in the 100-star districts. The three of Haijidao were also moved. They no longer regard Liu Sheng as a junior existence at all. The eyes even began to bring a trace of awe. So far, the aura emanating from Liu Sheng's body has already made them, who are powerhouses of the 13th level of law, feel a little brave. Simply unimaginable. Liu Sheng has completely entered the form of 5 million post-immortal protostars. But he sensed that it's not his limit yet. Try again, main sequence star form. A look of madness flashed across Liu Sheng's eyes. The 5 million burning immortal cells in the body will transform and sublimate again in the next second. Zhi. An inexplicable birdsong with a hint of ancient atmosphere resounded through the starry sky. Countless people were stunned. They are still looking for the source of this sound. Suddenly, behind Liu Sheng, whose body had swelled to a size of 100 kilometers, a big bird burning with Bajan flames slowly flew out. After that, the second, the third one, the 1000th, the 10,000th. Tens of thousands of flaming birds surround the starry sky, and the 797 Bajan flames illuminate a light year. Golden Crow. In the main sequence star form, 5 million immortal cells directly gave birth to the Golden Crow vision. That is the supernatural power manifested by the stellar energy condensed to an unprecedented level. Before that, Liu Sheng never did it. Call _______. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly. This breath was invisible and qualityless, but it directly blew all the strange beasts within a range of more than 100,000 kilometers in front of him into black ashes. His body size completely stopped when it skyrocketed to 3,000 kilometers, reaching the most perfect state. The condensed Bajan flame is wrapped around his whole body. Countless golden crows surrounded and danced around him. The void around him repeatedly collapsed inward, sagging. Conveys a terrifying suction. At this time, Liu Sheng seemed to have completely transformed into a starry sky god in myths and legends. He carried the golden crow on his back and looked up at the sky. Facing the azure blue Dead Sea, and countless strange eyeballs floating in the Dead Sea. Take a step forward. In the next instant, he appeared under the Dead Sea. The sky of the Dead Sea seems to be within reach. 5-color saber lights began to light up in Liu Sheng's eyes. All around him, stars appeared one by one. The purple thunder roared, rushing out of Bajan's flame-wrapped body. Liu Sheng slowly raised his hand and made a fist. Aiming at the sky above his head, he punched hard. This punch was a punch with all his strength and without reservation. Boxing name: 5 million Immortal Bajan, Thunderbolt True Martial. The power of stars, break. Accompanied by his punch. In full view. The blue Dead Sea, the sky full of strange eyes. Leaked. 567 The Supreme Academy of Heaven, he smashed an arm of the Forgotten Lord. A beam of extremely bright light pierced through the entire sky in an instant. No one can look directly at this beam of light. Like the brightness of a supernova explosion. A 13th level beast that was close to the beam of light, its huge body melted like a candle under the terrifying light. The light is still like this. The power in that beam of light. How scary should it be? No one knows. They just see. After the blazing beam of light penetrated the sky like a holy sword. The vault pierced by the beam of light, the sky was quickly blurred from the original azure blue to crimson. As if blood-stained, it expanded rapidly in the Dead Sea. Immediately afterwards, there were countless strange eyeballs, large and small, inlaid in the Dead Sea. Started screaming harshly. Bang bang! Boom boom boom! One after another exploded. After the eyeballs exploded, large streams of blue-green viscous liquid fell from the sky. The scene was disgusting. But also, shocking. From the moment the first eyeball exploded, the beasts on the field tended to retreat. The back is becoming more and more obvious. Large tracks of strange beasts receded quickly as if the tide was ebbing. At this time, the blazing beam of light that pierced the sky really waved like a holy sword. It easily draws red golden traces one after another in the sky of the Dead Sea. If you accidentally cross the bottom, the group of alien beasts that had been swept away was immediately melted and emptied. The scene is reminiscent of a scene where a knife cuts butter. Soon, the huge Dead Sea sky became completely fragmented. When the cracks became denser to a certain extent, the entire sky of the Dead Sea finally completely shattered. It's like a mirror that has been completely shattered by someone. When the blue Dead Sea fades away, not one of the strange beasts in the starry sky retreated. Countless fighters at the battlefield base in the 100-star regions saw it. Above the sky, two figures came towards them one after the other. The leader is a titan with 6 legs and 6 eyes. Everyone at battlefield base in the 100 sectors knows the titan. He is Mokado, the supreme commander of the battlefield of the 100-star regions. And now, the most supreme figure on the battlefield of the 100-star regions. He was looking at all of them with a smile on his face, pointing to the handsome and dazzling young man behind him like a starry sky god, and solemnly announced to them. Everyone! Please be sure to remember this name. Sheng. I swear. Someday, you'll all be proud of the name you bled to protect. Mokado's soul fluctuations and voice spread far and wide in the starry sky. Under the sky, everyone couldn't help but feel flustered. You shouldn't be here any longer. The base of the 100 Great Starry Sky battlefield, the bottom floor, is the office of the Chief Star Commander. Mokado sat in front of the huge alloy long table, and said these words to Sheng solemnly. The 3 13th level powerhouses of the Baida Starry Sky battlefield base, and the 3 people of Haijidao, are also here. Hearing Mokado's words, Sheng was silent for a while, and then said, "But I just got here." "I know." Mokado said, "But you don't belong here. The Lord of Oblivion will not give up trying to kill you, its plots and attacks will be everywhere." Sheng frowned and said, "I heard it." Mokado smiled. There is a lot of helplessness in the smile. You don't think that the 14th level is really the only skill. You have indeed wounded the Forgotten Lord. But the wound you inflicted on it is like a small piece of skin being scratched by an ordinary person. Mokado stood up and walked to Sheng from behind the long alloy table. With a height of more than 10 meters and a titan posture, looking at Sheng is like looking at a newborn baby. You are the most outstanding genius in the history of our 100-star districts. In the future, an entire galaxy, or even a star field will be your real stage. You shouldn't be impulsive and stumble here. Mokado used his bottom arm to lightly press Sheng's shoulder, and said earnestly, Sheng, do you understand what I mean?" Sheng was silent for a while. Finally compromise. "Good." He raised his head to look into Mokado's eyes, and asked calmly, "Then where should I go?" Mokado smiled. "Tianbit Academy," he said to Sheng, "the highest school in the Serpentis Galaxy, Tianwei Academy. There, you can meet many friends who are just as good as you, or rivals. You and Anand Turing, I will personally escort you out. As long as you leave the different space battlefield, it will be very difficult for the Forgotten Lord to catch you again. After leaving the battlefield, the Liji knife will be sent to the central star area of the Sky Snake Galaxy until you reach it." As he spoke, the white-haired Beijidao nodded slightly to Sheng. There was no arrogance of a 13th level powerhouse on his face, but a little respect. Sheng thought about it, and didn't agree immediately, but asked, "How long will it take to go to the center of the Serpentis Galaxy?" "If you jump from the different space battlefield, it will be very fast. Including the short period of time after leaving the battlefield, there are only 7 or 8 cosmic years. When to set off? The sooner the better." The 3 of Haijidao have never seen Mokado, the general star leader who is a 14th level powerhouse, ever be so patient. He who always cherishes words in front of outsiders is like gold, but now he can explain all the irrelevant and meaningless questions impatiently. If this scene is passed on to the outside, they suspected that they might be on the headlines of the star newspapers in the 100-star districts in the first place. Do you have any other questions? After Mokado finished speaking, he looked at Liu Sheng gently. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, "One last question. Before I go, can I meet some friends?" "Certainly." Mokado nodded briskly, and immediately arranged, "Wei Jidao, you take him there." "Yes, Chief Star." Liu Sheng thanked Mokado, and then left the room with Haijidao. Mokado has been watching the disappearance of their backs. When the two left completely, the two 13th level powerhouses who stayed in the room had a chance to speak. One of the tall blonde women couldn't help but said, "Chief Star, are you really going to send him to the galaxy? With his qualifications, it is likely that he will never come back." Mokado glanced at the woman indifferently, and said lightly, "You have to know that chains cannot bind stars, Zellner. He is destined to be the one to go to a bigger starry stage." "I know, but I still feel sorry." The blonde woman sighed softly, and said, "At least let us spend more time with him." Mokado was helpless. At this time, another man who was as sharp as an alloy war sword stared at Mokado, and said, "Chief Star, I want to know. Liu Sheng, has he really scratched the skin of the Forgotten Lord?" Hearing the man's question, Milner next to him immediately raised his head. She was just as curious. In the previous battle, Liu Sheng punched the Lord of Forgotten, and finally returned with Mokado. Although the Lord of Forgotten retreated, everyone wanted to know the detailed process of that battle. Did Liu Sheng's punch hurt the Forgotten Lord? Hearing this question, Kodo fell into a few brief silences. After a few seconds, Mokado shook his head. "It's not." "Call." Both of Milner breathed a sigh of relief. Just to put it bluntly, the Forgotten Lord is a level 14 existence. No matter how monstrous and terrifying Liu Sheng was, how could he straddle two full realms, even ignoring the barriers of laws, and hurt the Forgotten Lord? Even if it's just scratching the skin of the Forgotten Lord. It turned out to be so delayed. But in the next second, what Mokado said later caused the two of them to fall into a great sluggishness and shock. His damage to the Forgotten Lord is not just a piece of skin. He smashed one of the Forgotten Lord's arms. The Forgotten Lord has many arms. 11. Re-update. Please flowers support. Thank you. 568. He said, "Wait, did and number 039, tu here?" Saya was located in a messy starry sky, raising one hand, and kept collecting pieces of stumps and arms of strange beasts in front of him. Sometimes you will come across corpses belonging to the Star Terrans. At this time, he would take out another storage bracelet and solemnly store the body in it. These are the remains of colleagues who were also on the battlefield of the 100-star regions and unfortunately died in the battle of protecting the Dao. Their names are powerful in the starry sky they are in, but in this different space battlefield, they can only be reduced to an ordinary and cold number. Those who have not returned alive from the different space battlefield are not truly alive. Saya knew that many noble families in the starry sky would immediately treat them as deceased people after their members went to the starry sky battlefield. Saya once thought it was too exaggerated. Now that I have personally experienced so many things, I realize that the cruelty of the different space battlefield is not twice as cruel as what I know. I don't know if I can go back alive. Saya thought silently in her heart. From the moment he set foot on the recruiting spaceship in the different space battlefield, for you Saya, it seemed like a dream that was both real and illusory. Until now, he is in this icy void, and he still asks 543 himself in his heart from time to time. Is all this true? Has he really stepped into the different space battlefield? Really? Have you ever had the honor to meet a partner who can easily kill the 13th level and dare to punch the 14th level? Saya was doing the work of cleaning the battlefield. As a martial artist with only 11th level of strength, he was only qualified to do this kind of work at the bottom of the battlefield base in the entire 100-star regions. While thinking wildly, suddenly, a corpse floated in front of Saya's eyes. This is the corpse of a starry sky human race. The body is still relatively well preserved. At a glance, only the battle armor on his body was slightly damaged, his limbs and head were all there, and there were no obvious scars on his body. Saya immediately moved over, wanting to put it into the storage bracelet. But for some reason, the corpse was probably pushed by the invisible undercurrent of energy in the void, intending to drift quickly in one direction. Saya hurried to catch up. After chasing for a while, the corpse finally stopped. Saya just wanted to activate the storage bracelet. Unexpectedly, the corpse lying in the starry sky suddenly stood upright. Saya was startled, and fixedly looked at the strange corpse in front of him. The corpse that suddenly stood upright was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, a crew cut, a medium build, and a dark yellow complexion. Under his tightly closed eyelids, 2 eyeballs kept turning. Saya heard the bang-bang sound of the beating heart starting to sound in his icy body, as well as the rushing blood flowing in the blood vessels. In just a few seconds, the corpse was completely revived. Suddenly opened his eyes. The moment the suddenly resurrected corpse opened its eyes, Saya finally remembered the name of the person in front of him. Huang Ji. You are Huang Ji. Saya blurted out. Huang Ji is one of their group of recruits who came to the different space battlefield. She once showed a powerful strength that was not inferior to that of Sarah before she was bewitched, and she was amazed for a while. Later, when they were targeted by a 13th level general level beast, this person left the team early and escaped the subsequent catastrophe. Saya once thought that Huang Ji had been lost in the battlefield long ago. Unexpectedly, he returned to the base long ago, and even participated in the battle to protect the road. He even died in the battle to protect the road. But what happened to suddenly living again? Saya was confused, but Huang Ji in front of him smiled slightly. I didn't expect that the young master of the Lersis family could still remember me, a mere unknown. Hearing Huang Ji utter the words Lersas, Saya's face suddenly turned ugly. Are you sent by them? Saya gritted her teeth and spoke in a harsh voice. Huang Ji smiled and said nothing, but the meaning was self-evident. Saya scanned around and found that this place is quite far from the battlefield base of the 100 stars. There is no third person around. It seems that Huang Ji deliberately lured him here by pretending to be a corpse. Huang Ji is a 12th level powerhouse who combines the power of the 3 rules. Even among the 12th level powerhouses, he can be regarded as a master. And he was only at the 11th level. It looks like today is doomed. Thinking of this, Saya couldn't help but feel a little sad, and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Even if I voluntarily enter the different space battlefield, are they still worried? Huang Ji said lightly, in this world, only the dead can make people feel at ease. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Saya gritted her teeth and said, how much will they give you so that you can chase me to the main battlefield and kill me at the risk of 10 times? 100,000 secondary resource planets. Huang Ji replied with a smile. Saya froze for a moment, with an expression on his face that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They are really willing. For the first time I know how valuable my life is. Master Saya underestimated his own value, and underestimated the wealth of the Lersis family. What if I say that I am willing to give out 1,000,000 tier 2 resource stars? I just beg you to let me go. Saya's eyes flickered, and she said suddenly. Huang Ji smiled, a smile full of sarcasm and mockery. My dear young master, if there is a next life, I suggest you read less boring novels on Starnet. Saya's last glimmer of hope was completely shattered by Huang Ji's ironic words. His handsome face was flushed red. Okay, my young master, the question and answer time is over. Huang Ji twisted his neck, and his body exuded the powerful aura and icy killing intent of a level 12 powerhouse. You should be ready to hit the road. Huang Ji's eyes were indifferent, and he looked down at Saya and spoke lightly. Saya was frightened by the great panic, and subconsciously stepped back. His instinctive desire to survive made him shout, "Wait, wait! I still have questions to ask." As I said, it's past question and answer time. Huang Ji slapped Saya hard on the top of his skull. This palm contains the mighty power of Huang Ji 12th level fighters, the power of masterful rules. Under this palm, Saya, who is only at the 11th level, is like an egg blocking the trajectory of a huge rock rolling down. The next breath will be a messy end. Die, my dear young master of the Lyles' family. A stern look appeared in Huang Ji's eyes, and he was about to smash Saya to death with his palm. But at this moment, a slender and powerful hand suddenly stretched out from the side, and gently grabbed Huang Ji's wrist. The 12th level of mighty power contained in Huang Ji's palm instantly disintegrated and disappeared. Not even an iota remained. Huang Ji was horrified to find that his hand seemed to grow on the opponent's body. He tried hard to withdraw it, but he couldn't even manipulate the arm muscles. He said, "Wait! Didn't you hear?" A cold voice rang in Huang Ji's ears. In the next second, Huang Ji's eyes slowly reflected a young and handsome figure. 569 The fate of Saya, the shy and good-tempered Aeon Turing, 1. The young man is tall and straight, with handsome and clear features. It is the most standard starry sky human race. The long black hair is slightly longer, and the hair on the forehead hangs down, slightly covering the eyes. He just stands there casually. This dark void seemed to have light. He is as dazzling as the sun that never goes out. Lu Sheng. Huang Ji's pupils shrank severely. Although with his character, he was basically paddling in the recent battle to protect the way. But he still recognizes the person who slaughtered a 13th level general and dared to punch a 14th level existence. Now Lu Sheng is standing quietly in front of him. The energy coercion emanating from his body hit Huang Ji's body in waves like the tide of the starry sky. He had an irresistible urge to tremble, and the sense of fear gripped his heart like the tentacles of a strange beast, making him almost suffocate. Lu Sheng. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Saya was also taken aback for a moment. Some couldn't believe their eyes, and almost thought they were wrong. Lu Sheng nodded slightly to Saya, and then didn't look at Huang Ji, but faced another direction. "May I ask Master Ljadao, how should I deal with those who intend to murder the same race on the different space battlefield?" At this time, Saya and Huang Ji discovered that there was another person in the scene. Pure black combat uniform, long snow-white hair, thin face, and cold temperament. It is the Haiji Saber, one of the 3 13th level powerhouses in the battlefield of the 100-star regions. Facing Lu Sheng's inquiry, Bai Jidao thought for a while, and quickly replied, "The military court of the Baida Star district will give him the most fair judgment. There is a high probability that it should be exiled to the Abyss Gap space. Then I will trouble you." Lu Sheng nodded politely, and let go of Min, who was holding Huang Ji. Before the latter could have any thoughts in the future, another big hand grabbed his neck again, and he was led away with a face full of despair. Now, only Lu Sheng and Saya are left in the void. Lu Sheng looked at Saya in front of him, and there was a slight wave in his heart. His friendship with Zaya is not deep. Strictly speaking, not even friends. It can barely be regarded as a teammate who has traveled together for a while, and can be considered a right teammate. However, there are some things in Saya that are rare and precious. Lu Sheng still remembers how Saya held the head of the stone man Downton in his arms when they encountered the first 13th level alien beast they encountered in the space battlefield. If the experience of the different space battlefield hadn't ended so hastily. According to the normal development track, maybe he and Saya can really become good friends. Lu Sheng saw Saya's awkwardness and nervousness in front of him, thought about it, and chose to take the initiative to break the embarrassment. How's Downton? The recovery is not bad, the healing level of the battlefield base is much better than that in the starry sky. It is estimated that it will fully heal in less than half a month. Saya answered quickly, as if she was replying to a question from a family elder or a superior. That's good. Sheng nodded and said, when he recovers, just say goodbye to him briefly for me. Good. Saya nodded subconsciously, and soon seemed to have realized it, raised her head suddenly, and asked in amazement, are you leaving? Yes. Sheng glanced at the surrounding space at random, and replied with some emotion, some people say that I am not suitable for this place now. Actually. Sheng's eyes fell back on Saya suddenly, and he changed the subject, I don't think you are suitable for this place either. Well. Saya was stunned for a moment, and soon, his handsome face turned red. Because my strength is too weak, isn't it? Can't help anything, and always drag others down. Saya was ashamed at first, but later turned into a thick self-mockery and sigh. Last time it was Downton, this time it's you. I am indeed a waste, hee hee. Saya lowered her head, slumped all over. No. It's not a question of strength. Sheng's words rang in Saya's ears, and Saya slowly raised his head to look at Sheng. He saw Sheng looking at him. It's that your talents should not be wasted here, if you are in the starry sky, you can do even better. How to say? Sheng thought for a while, and made a metaphor and said, if one day humans really go to war with alien beasts, I don't think you are suitable to be a warrior, but more suitable to be in charge of the future. Aid work. Really, really? Saya blinked, a little dazed. Certainly. Sheng said calmly, my martial arts instinct tells me that you should return to your original position and do what you are most interested in and what you are best at. Well. Saya opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. If other people said such things to him, even if he didn't scoff, he would never take it to heart. Please, if you search for similar chicken soup stories on Xing Wang, you will find hundreds of millions of trillions of them, okay? But the person who said this to him now is Luze. Who is Sheng? The most outstanding genius in the history of the 100 Stars battlefield, his brilliance was even eclipsed by Aonang of the Turing family. For a moment, something seemed to be ignited in the sprinkler. And there is a trend of getting hotter and hotter. Think about it yourself, I will greet the chief star. If you really want to leave, you will never be treated as a deserter. 0. Ask for flowers. Even. Sheng blinked at Saya, and said, I still have to be a hero. Every veteran who can officially retire from the different space battlefield is a hero of the starry sky, and deserves the respect of any race in the starry sky. Hearing Sheng's words, Saya's eyes suddenly shone with light. He seemed a little excited. Sheng just smiled at him, patted his shoulder, and then disappeared into the void like light. Goodbye, Zaya. Saya subconsciously stretched out her hand to grab the dissipated light, but it was empty. In the end, he stood there in a daze, lost in thought. What Sheng said to Zaya was not encouraging. Basically true. This is the result that he went to look for Saya to say goodbye, saw the background information of Saya handed to him by Beijadao, and then went back to the dream space universe on a whim to use the original power of the universe to inquire about the result. The result of the deduction of the power of the source. Yes, Saya would become a very successful businessman in the future. It even expanded the family's business beyond the Snake Galaxy, and made an extremely material contribution to the struggle between the human race and the alien beasts in the Snake Galaxy. Although it is said that the power of the source is not the real future, it is also the most likely future based on the existing information. Sheng can know at least two things from it. First, Saya is indeed a talent. Second, some of the characteristics of Saya did not let Sheng be fooled. That's enough. What Sheng did was just give him a hand by the way. Why not do it with little effort? Then Sheng went to see the stone man Downton, who was soaking in the recuperation barn. Indeed, as Saya said, Downton's condition is stable and he is recovering well. Sheng originally wanted to find Monroe. But considering that he almost beat him to death with one punch, Monroe may not be able to treat him. He also gave up this idea. He didn't know many acquaintances in the alien space battlefield. The short trial ended with a somewhat ceremonial farewell. On the same day, Sheng boarded the spaceship that left the screen space battlefield. Along with him, there was a man named Onan Turing. It was a shy young man with green hair and dark skin. When I saw him, I was a little nervous and cramped, but I still took the initiative to greet him. Very enthusiastic and good-tempered. Later, the fellow Beijadao took the initiative to inform, and Sheng knew about it. It turned out that this Onan Turing was actually the most talented super genius in the history of the 100 Stars battlefield before him. The owner of the same immortal bloodline. Moreover, she has always been known for her aloof personality, short temper, and extremely difficult to get along with others. Yes. 570 The opportunity of the second law, Liu Jing boxing is in sight, 2. Sheng is sitting in a spaceship. It is hard to imagine that there are more than 100 battlefield bases of the top elites in the star area. The best spaceship that can be produced can be so old. It is far inferior to the white hole shuttler that Sheng used to drive, and it is slightly better than the recruiting spaceship he took when he came here. Even the seat lying under him is still commanded by buttons. As the escort of this journey, Haijadao explained this, in the alien space battlefield, you may be attacked by alien beasts at any time, and you may need to prepare for battle at any time. In most cases, the spaceship can only use one-time consumables and do. Therefore, the existing spaceships in the base are the inventory goods brought in when the base was first established, and the conditions are only like this. Furthermore, with the chief star personally escorting it, there is no place in the entire 100-star regions that is safer and more reliable than this spaceship. Sheng dissipated the mental power that had already been promoted to level 13. He could vaguely sense the aura of Mokado, the leader of the battlefield of the 100-star districts in the starry sky around the spaceship. The 14th level powerhouse controls the law, just like the gods in ancient myths and legends, wandering between reality and illusion. Undetectable, unobservable. Sheng is only at the 13th level of spiritual power, and the nature of the spiritual power inherited from the way of Shenjing is too special, so he can barely feel it. If the Lord of Forgotten is not entangled by the chief star and unable to escape, it is equivalent to standing still and letting me fight. My 5 million immortal, main sequence star form, punch with all my might. It may not be able to hurt it. My current strength is still too far behind level 14. Sheng thought silently in his heart. Immediately immerse most of the mind and quickly enter the dream space universe. As Haijidao said, with the chief star Mokado personally escorting the escort, there is no place on this battlefield that is safer than the Feichuang that he is on. If Mokado can't protect him, then no one can protect him. There is not much difference between being awake and being asleep. Why not take this opportunity to practice and improve yourself? In the dream space universe, Sheng stood in the barren starry sky. No matter how many times he entered, when facing the desolation and silence in front of him, many hesitation, confusion and even despair would emerge in his heart uncontrollably. But soon, these emotions will be quickly suppressed again. Instead, there is a strong sense of urgency. Time is running out. Carrying the expectations of the entire universe, Sheng has to go forward with all his strength to win that elusive hope. Any emotions and thoughts are too extravagant for him. I don't know what King Xu, parents, and King He are doing now. As Sheng whispered to himself, several figures appeared in his mind. He thought about it, and tapped lightly. The mental power transformed into several figures in the void not far away. It was Dong Qingxiu who had put away all her heroic spirit, with soft eyebrows and eyes, and looked at her tenderly while stroking her belly. Standing beside Dong Qingxiu was the nagging mother, the smiling father, and Liu Qing who stretched his face full of admiration. Mind projection. It's a very simple trick to use mental power. Incorporating all the memory and thoughts of Liu Sheng's family members into the virtual spirit body, it is similar to holographic projection video, but better than holographic projection video. It is even possible to communicate with Liu Sheng if he wants to. But, that's not necessary. Liu Sheng now only needs them to be by his side. Liu Sheng looked back at his family and turned his attention back to himself. Grade 12. Now that he has been promoted to the 12th level, the number of immortal cells in his body has reached 5 million. The numbers are staggering. But compared with the 60 trillion cells in the whole body, it seems insignificant. There is a long way to go. Even Wang He, the founder of the Way of the Stars, has never turned the cells of his body into stars. Liu Sheng didn't know how far he could go. Then there is mental power, which is higher than the level 1 level as always. The 13th level mental power finally showed the strength and dominance of the 15th level divine crystal. In the sea of consciousness, the blade of 7 emotions can only condense the blade and tip, but it is enough to make Liu Sheng kill the 13th level like a dog. Leaving the space battlefield, if you want to improve the 7 emotions sword so quickly in the future, you have to find another channel. Liu Sheng hoped that the so-called Tianbit Academy would be as good as he said. In addition to the improvement of martial body and mental power, the rest is the qualitative change from the 11th to the 12th level. The power of rules. Liu Sheng slightly let go of the power of rules in his body. In an instant, dozens of silver bands of light floated on his body surface. The total number of light bands is 43. More than half of it melted into his martial body, and the other half floated around him like a special effect of an online game character, imbuing him with a mysterious and elegant temperament. 25 rules enter the body, Tianbeidao rules are mastered. Call. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly. After the power of these 49 rules was summoned, he felt that his combat power had also swelled to the peak of a normal state. Is this the power that belongs to the 12th level? Liu Sheng slowly closed his hands, feeling as if there was a black thunderbolt beating in his palm. It was produced by the pure power condensed to an extreme, as if it could smash everything with one hand, and tear everything apart. Unfortunately, in the face of the law, it is still vulnerable. Purple lightning flashes began to flow from Liu Sheng's body. This time it was the real power of thunder. It belongs to the power of law that can only be mastered by the 13th level powerhouse. Liu Sheng raised his hands, purple thunder wrapped around his palms. He looked like he had caught a purple brontosaurus with his bare hands. That punch at the Forgotten Lord wasn't all for nothing. After that punch, it seems that the boxing technique at the peak of the 5 realms is about to break through. In fact, Liu Sheng now only needs to unravel the inherited memory belonging to Wang He in the depths of his consciousness, and he can easily unlock the 6-realm boxing technique. But he didn't want to. He intends to first try to break through by himself, and then integrate Wang He's inheritance. Maybe he can integrate some new things. 6 realms of boxing, one must be able to comprehend a law along the way. I don't know if what I can comprehend is the law of stars or the law of fire. Practicing the way of the stars, both are possible. But the former is undoubtedly much stronger than the latter. To be precise, the law of stars is much more advanced and complex than the law of fire alone. The law of fire includes so much. The broad categories can be divided into yin fire and yang fire. False fire and real fire. Going down, more subcategories can be separated. The usual 13th level, the law of fire comprehended, is one of these subcategories. Collectively known as the law of fire. Liu Sheng was naturally unwilling to comprehend only a small type of law of fire. So we can only work hard in the direction of the law of the stars. The promotion from level 11 to level 12 has brought Liu Sheng a comprehensive transformation, and the many martial arts supernatural powers and powers that he has comprehended in 3.2 before are almost a qualitative leap. The specific improvement has to be reflected in the actual combat. What surprised Liu Sheng the most was the immortal golden pill in his dantian. I don't know if this thing secretly got some benefits when Liu Sheng was promoted. The body size has swelled a lot, and it has become more and more like a planet. Not only that, Sheng also discovered that something new seemed to be born on the surface of this immortal golden elixir. It looks like a strange texture. The golden pill that was originally white and clean, round and smooth, has become complicated and profound. I don't know what will happen in the future. Liu Sheng shook his head. For Xiandao, he has completely given up treatment. Let it grow freely and savagely. Big guys, do you have any flowers? Drop me a few. Thank you. 571 Return as a Hero, 1. Okay. Liu Sheng ended his investigation of his own situation. He twisted his neck, moved his hands and feet a little, and his martial body made a series of slight explosions. The specifics can only be seen from the actual combat. Then find a suitable opponent for actual combat. After breaking through, the only opponent Liu Sheng faced was the Forgotten Lord. But the Lord of Forgotten is level 14, the strength gap between the two sides is too big, there is not much reference. If you want to understand your current strength more clearly, you have to find someone to fight again. Fortunately, the most indispensable thing in the dream space universe is a strong man, no matter what type, strong man of any strength. What kind of opponent should I find to try? Liu Sheng mobilized the original power of the universe, unfolded the distribution map of the strong in the universe starry sky, and began to rummage at will. After looking for it, Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were locked on the introduction of a strong man, and the light in his eyes gradually lit up bit by bit. This one seems like a good fit. Moreover, the power of law he possesses belongs to the category of the cornerstone martial arts that I need to upgrade to fill after my promotion. It's up to him. After making up his mind, Liu Sheng turned his mind, and the next moment the person had disappeared into the void in place. Boluosing District. On a certain main planet in the center of the star area. A small spaceship with a light grey color and a smooth appearance slowly landed on the starry sky pier. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The hatch opened, and two figures, one tall and one short, came out of the spaceship. The tallest of them is an inhuman, with a height of 3 meters or more. Except for the eyes, the whole person seems to be made of countless pieces of black granite. Next to the stone man is a standard human youth. He is about 28 or 9 years old, with fair skin and a handsome face. Saya looked at the busy and orderly starry sky terminal in front of him, and the spaceships were coming and going, his eyes were dazed. Although it took a total of 4 multi-universe months from leaving to returning, he felt a strong sense of being in another world in his heart. Is this your home star region? Downton beside him said in a low voice. Saya recovered from the trance, forced a smile and replied, yes. Dear Downton, I welcome you on behalf of the entire Boluosing area. Next, please enjoy our retirement holiday. Hope is to enjoy. Downton grumbled, and looked behind Zaya over Zaya. Saya stared blankly, turned her head and followed his gaze to look back. I saw a group of well-dressed interstellar officials and a large number of reporters rushing towards them. Hero. On behalf of all the citizens of the sector, I warmly welcome the return of our hero. Before he got there, Saya saw the red-skinned superhuman politician greet him with open arms and a smile on his face. Saya's eyes sank slightly. Of course he knew the man. Probably the legal citizens in the entire Boluosing area know him. He is the supreme ruler of the Boluosing district, the chairman of the Boluosing district Federal House of Representatives. Saya was even more impressed. He knew very well that the man in front of him had a bright smile and well-dressed clothes. On the inside, he is an out-and-out sinister villain. He was forced to choose to go to the different space battlefield, except for the constant pressure from those in the family who couldn't wait for him to die quickly. The Honorable Mr. Hobart Speaker also made a lot of efforts in the middle. There is no doubt that Hobart must have had some kind of cooperation with those people, and it was probably achieved at the expense of some of the interests of the Lyleses family. After all, the battle uniform business of the Lyleses family covers the 4 surrounding star regions, and the value is huge. It is not surprising that the speakers of the House of Representatives of the 10 star regions are all moved by it. Knowing that the other party was extremely looking forward to his own death, he had no choice but to welcome himself with a look of joy, excitement, and enthusiasm. Hobart's behavior made Saya feel sick for a while. But at this time, Hobart had already walked in front of him, stretched out his arms and hugged him fiercely. "Welcome back, Saya Lyleses." Hobart's eyes were full of sincerity, and there was also a part of fatherly relief. With one arm on Saya's shoulder, he turned to face the Star Times reporters holding cameras and announced loudly, "Guys, can you believe it? Just a few months ago, our young Earl from the Lyleses family actually dared to board the recruiting spaceship headed to the different space battlefield to fight against the terrifying alien space creatures without telling everyone. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. But something even more unbelievable to me happened today. Our young Master Lyleses, after experiencing the baptism of war for several cosmic months, has managed to come back alive again. Moreover, he also carried a third-class medal for excellence in the battlefields of the 100-star regions. He is our hero. Let's cheer for the name Saya Lyleses." Hobart's off-the-cuff speech brought the little welcome to a certain climax. Countless shooting equipment clicked and snapped at Saya. It has to be said that when a strong man of the 12th level of martial arts uses all his martial arts cultivation on his lips without hesitation, the words spoken are very contagious. Everyone present was infected by Hobart's emotions. If he hadn't experienced a series of things in the different space battlefield, Saya felt that he might really think that Hobart really admired and loved him. After a brief welcoming ceremony, Hobart invited Zaya and the others to have dinner together. Said that the city hall had prepared a grand celebration dinner for him, and looked forward to the presence of the protagonist. Saya resolutely declined Hobart's invitation on the grounds that he had something important to do, and took Downton away in a hurry to avoid a lot of Interstellar Times reporters. Watching the backs of Saya and the two fleeing quickly under the chase of the reporters, Hobart, who was originally smiling amiably, quickly darkened. "Notify the people of the Lyleses family." Hobart coldly ordered the Secretary-General beside him, "Tell them that their carefully planned plan that they swore to be foolproof has failed. Their young master has returned safely as a heroic veteran of the different space battlefield. There is also a 12th level bodyguard beside him. Let them fix it as soon as possible. I'm not responsible for cleaning their ass." "Yes." The Secretary-General nodded, quickly turned around and went down to make arrangements. Half a universe later, Sa and Tang had already left the starry sky pier of the main planet in the Boluocene area. Found inside a vintage bistro on another planet. "Downton, don't be fooled by Hobart's appearance and words. He is an out-and-out sinister villain." Saya held a bottle of Starlight beer in his hand, and said to the stone man Downton with a serious expression. Downton Gilua drank a large barrel of beer and let out a long belch full of satisfaction. Wiping his mouth, he said in a low voice, "I never listen to any ministers that politicians say. Especially if they still say it in front of many people. That's good." Saya breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Downton would be bewitched by Hobart. After Liu Sheng left, Saya finally chose to follow Liu Sheng's advice and left the different space battlefield. Although I don't know why Downton also came with him for no reason. But Saya had to admit it. He is very lucky. Because after leaving the different space battlefield, so far, the only strength he can rely on is Downton. Downton is at least a level 12 powerhouse. With him around, those people shouldn't dare to act rashly against me in a short time. Saya thought inwardly. But this is only a short-term security. With the power and energy of those people, they could find a level 12 Huangji to kill him in the different space battlefield. Now that they are out of the battlefield, there will only be more means they can use. Before they react, they must find a way to break the situation and make themselves safe. Saya said firmly to herself. But he still has no clue about this. Hey guy! Downton next to him lightly poked Saya's arm after finishing another barrel of beer, and asked, "Are we here purely for drinking?" "Of course not." Saya shook her head, "Wait for someone with me, someone who is very important to me." Having said that, Saya paused, and said in a low voice with a somewhat complicated expression, "If I am important enough to her, she should come." 572 Snake and Scorpion, a place that can guide my destiny, 2. When Saya accompanied Downton to drink the 12th barrel of beer, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. It was a beautiful woman with light pink hair. Wearing a slightly tight casual protective clothing, showing a slim and graceful figure. Maeve. Seeing the woman, Saya's face showed faint excitement. He stood up quickly and strode towards the woman. The girl he called Maeve also responded enthusiastically, and the two embraced vigorously in the bar. "God of the starry sky, you actually came back alive." Maeve looked at Saya, and suddenly covered her mouth. Her eye circles were red, she was so excited that she shed tears. "I didn't expect that I would come back alive and see you." Saya felt the same way. The two were a little tender, confided in each other, and then walked towards Downton cuddling sweetly. "Maeve, let me introduce you." Saya smiled and introduced the existence of Downton to Maeve. "This is the partner I met in the different space battlefield, my best friend. If it wasn't for him, maybe I would have died long ago." "Oh, is it so?" When Maeve heard these words, a strange color flashed in her beautiful pink eyes. And this strange color happened to be captured by Downton. Downton approached Maeve with his big head, and said with some doubts, "You seem to be very dissatisfied with me for saving Saya's life." "Well..." The expression on Maeve's face froze instantly, and she looked extremely embarrassed, and she didn't even know how to answer for a moment. Fortunately, Saya came out in time to make a rescue. "Downton, Maeve is my girlfriend, and the only person I can trust in the Boluosing area. It's really rude of you to tease her like that." Saya said to Downton with a serious face. "Feel sorry." Downton shrugged and said innocently, "I was just joking. I don't want you to make similar jokes next time." "No. It's okay." At this time, Maeve has recovered. She brushed her hair at the temples, as if she was trying to cover up something. She smiled softly at Downton, and immediately said to Saya, "Does Wells know about your return?" Saya's face was slightly condensed, and he nodded. "I saw Hobart as soon as I got off the spaceship. It is estimated that they already know the news of my safe return by now." Maeve thought for a while, stood up quickly, and said to Saya, "Well, you will stay here temporarily during this time. I'll go to the Lirsa's family to find out the news. If there is a situation, I will notify you as soon as possible." "That's too dangerous." "You..." Saya just wanted to refuse, but Maeve pressed her lips gently with her fingers. "Don't be silly, Saya." Meifu looked at him tenderly, and said softly, "For you, how can doing such a small thing be considered dangerous?" Saya's eyes melted instantly. "Okay, it's not too late, but don't wait for them to react. I'll go now." Maeve kissed Saya's cheek, glanced at Downton next to her, and then hurriedly turned and walked towards the door of the bar without hesitation. Saya stared at her back obsessively, and when Maeve was almost about to walk out of the bar gate, the whole person came to her senses. "I send you." After finishing speaking, he hurried to catch up. But when he chased to the door of the bar, he found that Maeve had already boarded a beautiful white small private flying machine and was flying straight towards the starry sky outside the planet. Inside the aircraft, Maeve, who had been as close as a couple with Saya in the bar before, was giving orders with a cold face. Circular Satellite A283, Coordinates, XXX, XXX. Directly mobilize the patrol ship to fire the death beam cannon to bombard the coordinate point. Just shift the responsibility to the engineering department afterwards. It was the engineers of the engineering department who were not good at maintaining the battleship, which caused the attack system of the frigate to malfunction, which caused the accident of the dead light cannon to be fired by mistake. Veteran of the highest honor? Please, when will this useless name scare the Lerses family? Just like that, a minute later I wish everything I wanted to see was there. After hanging up the communication, another person's communication. The communicator showed a handsome young man in a moon-white dress, whose facial features were 2 to 3 points similar to Saya's. Wells. When Maeve saw the man, she called out his name, her eyes obviously became more submissive and gentle. How? Have you seen him? The man in the moon-white dress asked when he met him. Maeve nodded. I see, there is a person beside me. I was almost seen through on the spot. Oh. The eyes of the man in the moon-white dress flickered, and he said calmly, it is probably the 12th level that Hobart mentioned. Martial arts experts who can come back alive from the different space battlefield, more or less have 2 brushes, it is not surprising that they can see through you. Fortunately, my young master Saya still seems so naive and stupid after going to the different space battlefield. He didn't have any doubts about me. Maeve smiled. I'm curious what you plan to do next. The man in the moon-white dress held his chin with one hand and approached Meifu. Maeve blinked playfully and said with a light smile, is this the last test for you? The man in the moon-white dress laughed. You can understand it that way if you want. Although I really don't mind at all that you used to be my cousin. Wells, don't mention that word again. Maeve frowned slightly with her beautiful pink eyebrows, and said with some disgust, when I think about exchanging bodily fluids with such an idiot, I can't wait to change my body again. Okay, sorry. The man in the moon-white dress spread his hands and said, back to the topic, you continue. Maeve looked straight, and replied, I plan to call the nearby frigates to blast him to death with death beam cannons. A 12th level martial artist can't be killed with a death ray cannon. The man in the moon-white dress frowned slightly. Maeve shook her head, mistakes in thinking, Wells. You forgot, we just need to scatter to death. People related to him, what does it matter if they die or not? It is true that the death light cannon of the frigate cannot kill a level 12 martial arts expert, but for Saya, it should be more than enough. The man in the moon-white dress laughed out loud after hearing this. Haha, Maeve, you are indeed more suitable to be my countess than those women. It's a genius plan, when are you going to do it? Now. Meifu smiled lightly, blooming quietly like a pink rose. After she finished saying the word now, a huge beam of dead light that was almost condensed into substance hit her flying machine fiercely. Boom! A dark red mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed on the asteroid, and the mushroom cloud covered almost 1/10 of the planet's area. All the spaceships coming and going in the starry sky stopped, Niujian Zhao, staring blankly at this major and rare accident. Meifu and the man in the moon-white dress looked at the slowly expanding mushroom cloud below through the virtual window of the aircraft, as if enjoying a grand fireworks show. Smiling, he even took out the red wine and lightly clinked a glass. Too bad they didn't see it. At a place not far from Maeve's aircraft, Saya stared at the aircraft belonging to Maeve in despair, as if she had lost all her strength. That's a good thing, man. Downton patted Saya on the shoulder and comforted him, it's something many people want to do but can't do before getting married. Saya lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly raised his head. Come with me to another place, Downton. Where? Saya's eyes suddenly became extremely deep. He seemed to see another place through the boundless starry sky. He slowly said, a place that can guide my destiny. Well. 573 The Overlord of the Starry Sky with 15 potentials, the power of the second law of Liu Sheng. Boom! A huge dead planet, full of devastation. In the sky, on the ground. It is full of flowing Bajan flames and dark blue frost. Two completely different forces are intertwined, fighting each other, cancelling out, eroding. Both the void and the earth were destroyed and cracked under these two forces. It's like a doomsday scene. If you look down from a high altitude, you can clearly see it. At least 1/3 of the entire planet's area is occupied by two colors of white and dark blue, and it continues to spread to the rest of the area. On the ground, two figures are constantly colliding, fighting to the death. A raging Bajan flame was burning all over his body. The flames outlined gorgeous and mysterious sun god patterns on his body. A three-legged divine bird condenses behind him and above his head. It makes it look like an innate god who came out of the ancient scroll of the starry sky and is in charge of light and heat, powerful and noble. The other was covered in dark blue frost. There are bright glaciers and ancient glaciers flowing from its feet and opening up. He is like the opposite of the former, the destined opponent, the god of frost who is in charge of the extreme coldness in the world. This war that shakes the planet is more like a myth reflected into reality, a fateful battle between gods and gods. The duel between ice and fire, the confrontation between cold and heat. Heavenly has a 5th season. All of a sudden, the handsome young man in charge gave a low shout, and punched forward flatly. In an instant, it was as if 5 million stars bloomed in his body at the same time. The Bajan Fire 740 flame is flourishing to the extreme. Thousands of three-legged golden crows fluttered out of the Bajan flames. Then everything was attributed to the young man's punch. Suddenly, an invisible wind of annihilation that could hardly be described as a heat wave spread rapidly. The void is cracked layer by layer like a rag. The sky and the earth, those flowing glaciers, floating glaciers. At the moment when the wind and heat wave swept past, everything disintegrated and melted. The dark blue area on the planet rapidly transforms into the color of Bajan at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fire. Completely become a world of fire. Strange fluctuations trembled on the fist peak of the handsome young man, and it seemed that there was a certain force in the starry sky that was about to be captured by him. But until the punch of the Junwei youth completely pierced through the opponent's chest. The latter turned into a thick black smoke in the Bajan flame, billowing into the body of the handsome young man. That layer of window paper that seems to be pierced by reaching out. Still failed to be pierced. Pity. Liu Sheng retracted his fist slowly, with a look of deep regret on his face. In his eyes, the mysterious grey quickly receded. That's a sign of withdrawal from Valkyrie status. In the state of Valkyrie, if it was in this universe, my fist would be able to perfectly deduce the prototype of the 5th season of ancient times, and the boxing method would break through the 6 realms. So as to comprehend the power of the corresponding law. Unfortunately, the laws of this universe are dead. A sense of loss appeared in Liu Sheng's eyes. Laws are the basis for the operation of a universe. The dream space universe is a universe that has long since died, and the laws contained in the universe itself have naturally disappeared along with it. The rest are just those rubbings that remain in the bodies of martial arts experts above level 13. Yes. He thinks the word rubbing is the best description. But it's not for nothing. Liu Sheng looked at his hands, at those Bajan-colored divine lines that grew out of the flesh and bones, pure on the surface of the skin. His martial body, which is a fusion of stellar martial arts and immortal martial arts, has become more and more perfect and powerful. 5 million immortal cells are the source of power. The immortal Dao Golden Pill plays a role of reconciliation and lubrication in it. If it wasn't for the latter, Liu Sheng felt that even if he entered the state of a martial god with absolute control, he would not be able to perfectly control the power of the 5 million immortal cells after the breakthrough so quickly. In the fight against the Forgotten Lord, he entered the 12. He is still far from being able to perfectly control the immortal power that suddenly soared to 5 million. That punch seemed brilliant to the extreme, but in fact, too much power was wasted in vain. If it is now, that punch, the Lord of Oblivion would break more than just an arm. Liu Sheng lowered his arms, the Bajan lines on his body gradually disappeared into the flesh, and the whole person also retreated from the main sequence star state. The state of the main sequence star is also perfectly controlled, and the immortal golden elixir has contributed a lot. Liu Sheng feels that it is somewhat similar to the way of nature of Yang Yizhu, the master of the Tianlan domain, the unity of man and nature. It was a kind of subtle transformation, which Liu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at. Anyway, it occupies my entire danshan, so it can be regarded as not raising a waste in vain. Liu Sheng sat cross-legged in the void. Akaj, only then did he begin to absorb and digest the martial arts memory of the 13th level powerhouse he had just inherited. Its name is Wushidongjing. A weird and awkward name. He is the ruler of the nearby starry sky, a figure of overlord level. Before the dream space universe was completely eroded and destroyed by the dark side universe, he also had an extremely brilliant life. He was even personally named and praised by the Lord of one galaxy the possibility of entering the 15th level in his lifetime. This is already an extremely remarkable evaluation. This is a head-level powerhouse, and he is highly affirmed by the way he has comprehended. It was precisely because of this that Liu Sheng chose him to be his first whetstone after the 12th level. It is indeed remarkable. Even if it was the only remnant of wool, Liu Sheng barely defeated it with almost all his strength without using the power of laws. And he also inherited Wushidongjing's martial arts and rules. The Law of Ice. The profound meaning of the law is absolute freezing and extinction to kill all living things. Looking upwards, it might even freeze space and time. Purely in terms of grades, Wushidongjing's Law of Ice mastered is even better than the Law of Thunder that Liu Sheng currently masters. And this law, for Liu Sheng, it also serves as a cornerstone. He once deduced that the sword refers to the 10 perfect martial arts of the 17th level. The martial arts of the 5 elements of metal, wood, wind, water, fire, and earth should be used as the cornerstone. The way of the stars is the cornerstone of the martial arts of fire, and the way of the god crystal is the cornerstone of the martial arts of gold. These two sects are Taos that have been perfected to the 15th level long ago. Before the 15th level, Liu Sheng only needs to inherit and comprehend step by step. But for the 3 pieces of water, wood, and soil, Liu Sheng needed to piece them together step by step and pile them up. Now, Liu Sheng, the 13th level main body of the Northern Suanmu true water flow, the cornerstone of the martial art of water, has been found. Use my Shidongjing's ice law to act. It couldn't be more appropriate. ____. The power of the law of ice entered his body, and Liu Sheng's pupils quickly turned snow white. The long jet black hair also turned dark blue. An incomparably cold air quickly emanated from his body. This chill was much stronger than the Monroe who had fought against him back then. Monroe's chill can only freeze dying stars. And now this cold. But even Liu Sheng, the supreme sun with 5 million star seeds, can freeze alive. Soon, the arrival of the law of ice naturally conflicted with Liu Sheng's stellar physique. This conflict is inevitable. Almost inevitable. 2 extreme powers, wanting to exist in a body, the difficulty is no less than making a star burn normally in a sea of ice. However, Liu Sheng had already considered the occurrence of this situation long before the start of this battle. He had already figured out a solution. To mobilize the original power of the universe, Liu Sheng said silently in his heart. Deduction, the square house that is beautiful in the present situation. In the next second, a progress bar jumped out in front of Liu Sheng's eyes. Accompanied by the rapid consumption of the original power, the progress bar is also rising rapidly. Soon, 100% progress was reached. At the moment of completion, unbelievable changes also began to take place in Liu Sheng's body. 574 Destroyer Star Combat Power, New Trick, extremely ice and fierce sun. 2. Liu Sheng's martial art form began to disintegrate. Martial arts form is the external embodiment of the core of martial arts of a warrior. The energy that communicates with the universe and the starry sky is a symbol of the first transition in the warrior's life level. At the 9th level of martial arts is undoubtedly the most tyrannical method for ordinary warriors. But once the 9th level is passed, martial arts practitioners will gradually withdraw from the stage of attacking and killing enemies. The further back, the less practical value. The biggest effect is probably that it can more intuitively reflect the strength of a warrior's martial arts background. Liu Sheng has made breakthroughs all the way to the present. The size of the martial arts form has long reached a height that even he himself does not know. Million meters? Thousands of meters? Liu Sheng doesn't know, but it doesn't make much sense now. Because the law of ice, which is the cornerstone of the 13th level water martial arts, is imprinted on his martial arts appearance. His martial Dao Dharma finally reached a certain limit, and the Dharma totem that he barely condensed at the 9th level could not withstand so many and such powerful Dao. It began to melt and disintegrate rapidly. What is carried in the Dharma image, Liu Sheng has all the Tao. Start flowing in the other direction. A thing that Liu Sheng never thought of, immortal elixir. Liu Sheng was startled at first, but after careful consideration, he found out. After counting his body over and over, it seems that there is really nothing else that is more suitable to carry all the things he has learned than this golden elixir of immortality. Xiandao Jindan has a gentle temperament and a peaceful heart. What he is best at is to mediate the repulsion and conflict between various forces. It is perfect for engraving Liu Sheng's complicated martial arts. And it also helps Liu Sheng's plan to integrate immortality and martial arts. It is indeed a plan derived from the power of the source. Why didn't I think of it? Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. And what happened next surprised him even more. I saw that Liu Sheng's Way of the Stars was the first to be engraved on the immortal Dao golden pill. When the Way of the Stars was successfully engraved, a small golden red sun was directly transformed into the sky above the surface of the immortal Dao golden elixir. In the midst of the great sun, there are three-legged golden crows building their nests. The Way of the Divine Crystal is engraved on the golden elixir of immortality. On the surface of the elixir, large crystal mountains of different colors immediately appear. These crystal mountains shine brightly under the sun, exuding magnificent and gorgeous brilliance. The northern Suanwu true water flow representing the martial arts of water fell on the golden elixir of immortal Dao, and rivers and lakes immediately appeared on the surface of the golden elixir. Of course, most of these rivers and lakes are covered by thick ice and frozen. Towering glaciers rose from the ground, and even the sun could not melt them. Its icy coldness is so strong that it can even freeze the sun above your head at any time. The Xianfeng Kinky Annihilation Light Flow representing the martial arts of wind, wood, is engraved on the golden elixir of immortality. The huge golden elixir turned slightly, as if surrounded by a light breeze. Then came the martial arts of earth, which made the outline of mountains appear on the surface of the golden core. The power of the law of thunder caused rolling purple thunderclouds to appear around Yinri. For other scattered side branches of martial arts, every time one more door is inscribed on the golden elixir of immortality, one more star will appear on the surface of the golden elixir. After all the inscriptions are finished, the golden and red sun has been guarded by the stars. Among them, the most shining 43 is the fifth of the 43 rules led by Liu Sheng. After all, the martial arts essence that Liu Sheng had learned was perfectly engraved on the immortal Dao golden pill. What Liu Sheng saw? It is already a planet that has just taken shape. Before, I felt that the golden elixir I condensed was outrageously large. It didn't look like any elixir, it was as huge as a planet. Well now, it really has become a planet. Liu Sheng looked at the huge golden elixir with the sun, stars, mountains, and lakes, and thunder and breeze in front of him. It is indeed the prototype of some living planets. When I further perfect the wood, wind, martial arts, life will appear on this planet. Liu Sheng thought it interesting. At this time, the core of his martial arts has been perfectly transferred to the immortal golden core. Compared with the original martial arts, after changing the immortal golden elixir as the carrier, these martial arts, rules, and the power of laws become more reasonable, harmonious, and harmonious. This feeling, as if Liu Sheng's CPU has been greatly upgraded. By the way, I sorted out all the hardware and software inside. After this process, although Liu Sheng's strength has not improved, but invisibly, the combat power has undergone a qualitative transformation. This result made Liu Sheng very happy, and felt that the use of this little source of power was really worth it. Hey! There's even a gift! Liu Sheng suddenly sensed the last thing left after the power of origin was deduced. With a thought. Suddenly, on the elixir that he had just sorted out in his body, those glaciers that pierced into the sky like sharp swords suddenly burst into cold air. For a moment, the sun above his head froze. The power of the law of ice was mobilized. Also mobilized is the power of more than 5 million immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body. 0 fur flowers 0. 2 forces collide. This time, there was no lively scene like sparks hitting the earth. Rather, the former engulfs the latter, and they spew out together in a perfect, harmonious way. At the same time, Liu Sheng in the dream space universe exited the state of looking inside himself, and opened his eyes suddenly. There were golden and blue lights in his eyes. Suddenly raised his hand and punched forward. In an instant, a dazzling golden blue fireball was shot out from Liu Shui's fist. Terrible heat waves and cold currents are intertwined, colliding with unprecedented terrifying destructive power. Like a sun completely frozen in a thick layer of ice. When the golden blue sun fell to the surface of the planet below him. 0. Boom! In just a split second, the huge planet under Liu Sheng, which was at least 100 times larger than the Azure Star, quickly collapsed inward, cracking apart. Finally, with a boom, it exploded completely. Standing in the starry sky, Liu Sheng looked at the planet below him that had turned into countless wreckage, with a dazed expression. It seems that some people can't believe that this is actually done by themselves. Me seeing. This move already possesses the destructive power of me seeing. Liu Sheng murmured. Thinking that this was the first planet completely destroyed by himself. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment quickly surged in his heart. It was as if a milestone achievement had been achieved. Very powerful, too powerful, often deceiving the sky. Far more than simply using the law of ice or the law of thunder. What a surprise! It turns out that the correct way to use the original power of the universe is this. The destruction of a planet brought Liu Sheng a large increase in the original power of the universe. The original power of the universe that was spent in the previous derivation was not only fully earned back, but also increased many times. After possessing the combat power of destroying stars, the speed of accumulating original power will be much faster in the future. Liu Sheng sighed slightly. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the sun I shot before, which was burning under the thick ice. That golden blue sun that engulfs two extreme destructive powers of extreme heat and extreme cold. He couldn't help talking to himself and said, this move, let's call it Bingji Lai Yang. Ask for flower evaluation votes. Force 575. I want you to live 3000, stand on the top of the stars, and wear a crown. The ice is extremely fierce. This newly comprehended ultimate martial arts ultimate move can be regarded as Liu Sheng's most powerful trump card so far. Possesses the terrifying and destructive power of absolutely destroying stars. And the one who was replaced by Bingji Lai Yang as the strongest whole card is the addition of the 11 true martial stars. It is a martial arts supernatural power comprehended by Liu Sheng himself. Just before today, Liu Sheng thought that this supernatural move was mysterious and powerful, and it was his masterpiece. But after comparing it to extreme ice and fierce sun, Liu Sheng was so ashamed that he felt as if he was going to find a hole in the ground to drill down. Compared with Bingji Liang, the formula of Jinwu, the power of stars, breaking is really too rough. It was completely Liu Sheng who bundled up what he had learned in an extremely simple and rude way, and then directly threw it out to hit people. The principle is comparable to the ultimate killing weapon invented by Leonardo da Vinci. It will cost you 3,000 lives. Not to mention achieving the 1 + 1 = infinite effect like Bingji Liang, even the most basic 1 + 1 = 2 effect of March 17 has not been brought into play. When I first realized it, I was complacent, self-satisfied, and felt that I was a genius. Now it seems. Liu Sheng shook his head mockingly and said, "It's full of mistakes and omissions, so rough and childish that it makes people laugh. It needs to be overthrown and hit hard. But not now. So far, Ice Extremely Liang has been strong enough. And the power of the stars in it is not a law yet. When Liu Sheng's power of the stars also transforms into a law, the power of Extremely Bing Liang can also be improved even more exaggeratedly. Integrating what you have learned in one body into one move, it is really too difficult." Liu Sheng tried to deduce it with the original power of the universe, and found that the required original power would be an extremely outrageous figure. Then give up. Perhaps we can change our way of thinking. The requirement of one move is too great. How about splitting it into 2, 3, 5, or even more moves? Bingji Liang can be directly counted as one of the formulas. Liu Sheng had more and more inspirations in his mind, and he felt as if he had suddenly found the direction of practicing martial arts and supernatural powers in the future, and of course the correct opening of the original power of the universe. He was planning to think about this idea carefully. Just then, Liu Sheng's expression changed. Leave a small part of mind to continue pushing pictures in the dream space universe, and the rest of mind immediately returns to itself. Ugh! Liu Sheng opened his eyes suddenly. He felt the floor beneath him shake violently. To be precise, the entire spaceship was shaking violently. The soft white light above the head flickers on and off, and everything feels extremely unstable. Liu Sheng dispersed his mental power, but suddenly found that he couldn't detect anything outside the spaceship. The entire spaceship seemed to be in a strange space, and was shrouded by some kind of strange force. What is fed back by the detection of spiritual power, all are unknown, nothingness, and cannot be captured. Liu Sheng frowned, subconsciously stood up from the seat. He wanted to go out of the room and have a look. But at the moment when he opened the door, he saw Oran Turing standing at the door of his room with a bewildered expression on Haijidao. Bai Jidao's expression was quite calm. He saw Liu Sheng coming out, gave him a slight nod, and then said, "The Forgotten Lord's attack is coming. But don't worry, with the chief star, everything will be fine." Liu Sheng was taken aback. Immediately returned to calm, nodded slightly. "It's here." Saya took off his cloak, looked at a certain direction not far in front of him, and whispered to Downton. Downton followed Saya's gaze. "What I saw was a small retro-style house with a dark blue dome. It seemed quite out of place in the surrounding lights and neon lights. Wag is no match for Casa." Downton read out the words on the signboard outside the little house, which was a series of strange characters. Saya explained, "It is the language of the ancient snake, which means that everything will arrive here perfectly. Translated, it can also be called the House of All Things." "Queer name," he said. "Saya, how did you find this place for the first time?" There was some memory in Saya's eyes, and he whispered, "It was the second week after my father passed away, and I was drunk. I was assassinated and attacked when I went back at night, and passed by here when I was in a panic. Fortunately, the owner of this everything house was willing to take me in and hide me well. Otherwise, I might have died half a year ago. It's really a bloody experience." Downton made an assessment. Saya smiled, shook his head and said, it was also the owner of the house who suggested that I go to the different space battlefield. After all, if it wasn't for him, I would have almost no chance of knowing you, and. Saya did not say the name behind it. Downton didn't say anything, and there seemed to be some kind of tacit understanding between the two. After leaving the space battlefield, they deliberately did not mention that name. Because that name was too far away from them. So far away that after leaving the different space battlefield, the two even doubted whether such an existence really appeared in their lives. Let's go. Saya greeted and walked towards the igloo with Downton. Push the door in, and you can see a clean and tidy floor inside. A person sits on the floor in the center of the room. Besides, nothing at all. I'm curious how he hid you in such a place. Downton turned his head and looked around, muttering. Saya didn't care what he said, but went straight to the person in the center of the room. It was a woman. A very young woman with short snow-white hair and black pupils. Her appearance is ordinary, but she gives off a mysterious and elegant temperament. You are back, Zaya. The white-haired woman was already watching Saya and the two of them when they entered the room. Silver. Saya sat down in front of the woman, with a wry smile on his face, and said directly, I urgently need your guidance and help now. Just like last time, I once again unfortunately reached a dead end of fate. There is no way out. The white-haired woman said calmly, You are wrong, Saya, the road has always been in front of you, but you dare not go. Well. Saya was taken aback. But before he asked any questions about 3.1, the white-haired woman took out a note and pushed it flat on the floor in front of Saya. Here's everything you need to know, all in this note. The white-haired woman said. Saya picked up the note suspiciously. When he opened the note and saw the words on the note, he was startled. Subconsciously looked up at the woman. But the white-haired woman seemed to have expected what he wanted to ask, and shook her head first. Don't ask me, Saya. Follow your own inner decision, it must be right. Saya froze for a moment. He couldn't help but look down at the note in his hand again, only to see that it said. Meet the people you first met, go back to where it all began, and take back what was rightfully yours. Standing on top of the stars and wearing a crown, everything has been arranged for you. 576 Above immortality, sovereign, sovereign, eternal. Saya, don't you really trust that nagging woman? Downton glanced back at the house behind him, and said to Saya, I've seen it, and her martial arts strength is only a mere 10th level. At this time, the two had already walked out of the House of Masters. Facing Downton's question, Saya shook his head. To be honest, he didn't know whether to trust the other party or not. But judging from his current situation, he seems to have no other choice. To the Lerse's family, the title of veteran is as fragile as a piece of paper that can be torn easily. It can be seen from the previous dead light cannon directly bombarding him. Those people didn't care about his identity at all. Before coming back, everything I imagined became a joke. Moreover, even his only trustworthy fiancé resolutely betrayed him. Kiss him 1 second, and kill him the next. The image in memory is so strange that it seems like two people. No one to rely on, no direction, no goal, no idea what to do, Saya looked blankly at the starry sky city in front of him, and for a moment, 02 didn't know where he should go. In the end, he still chose to hold the long note in his hand tightly. Then, follow the guidance of fate. Saya said softly to herself. After all, this is not the first time he has obeyed. Saya spread out the note again and read the words on it again. Meet the people you first met, go back to where it all began, and take back what was rightfully yours. The king who sits high on the throne of the stars has arranged for you to overlook everything. Saya chose to understand from the first sentence. Meet the people I first met? The first time I met. Saya's face showed reminiscence, the first friend? A childhood playmate? Is this the beginning? Ha! At this moment, Downton beside him suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He seemed to want to say something to Saya, but Saya seemed to be deep in thought, muttering words in his mouth. Downton thought for a while and closed his mouth again. I thought of it. Saya suddenly let out a low breath, a light of surprise burst out of his eyes, but his expression soon became hesitant again. Could it really be her? Who is she? At this moment, Downton finally spoke. Saya handed the note to Downton, pointed to the first sentence and explained, the first guide, let me meet the person I first met. After much deliberation, the person I first met probably referred to my sister who was a sibling with me. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Because we met in the womb, no one can be earlier than her. It's a perfect and accurate understanding, and I don't think there is any problem at all. Downton nodded in approval. Then all you have to do now is to meet her. Saya couldn't help but smile bitterly, but the problem is, my younger sister was taken away by my mother's family to raise her since she was a child. Not to mention finding her, I don't even know what her name is now or what she looks like. We've only met a few times in total and Saya hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, above the dark blue sky, a luxurious and huge silver-grey spaceship appeared. Isaiah's eyesight can see at a glance. This is the highest level of private spaceship currently available on the market in the Boloxing area. Even he, who was once the young master of the Lerses family, never owned it. It is conceivable that the identities and statuses of the people in this spaceship, at least, it is not inferior to the powerful origin of the Lerses family. The appearance of this spaceship undoubtedly caused a commotion in the city below. Countless people looked up, and there were bursts of exclamation in their mouths. The guards of the entire city moved into action and surrounded the spaceship like bees and insects. And that spaceship didn't seem to care at all about the turmoil it brought to this area, and it came straight in the direction of Saya and Downton. Before Saya could react, the huge spaceship landed in front of him. The shell-shaped hatch on the spaceship opened slowly, and a girl with the same sky-blue hair as Saya came out from it. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Saya. Saya froze. He looked at the girl in front of him who was also quietly looking at him, and there was a throbbing feeling that was connected by blood from the bottom of Saya's heart. Unexpectedly, he blurted out, "Pearl." After this call, the girl on the opposite side who was exactly the same as him in both hair color and pupil color couldn't help but smiled softly. She looked at Saya with a sweet smile, and said softly, "I didn't expect you didn't remember my name. My long-lost big brother." This moment, Saya really felt it. He seems to really got the guidance of the goddess of fate. The turbulence of the spacecraft continued. Sheng didn't go back to his room, but stayed with Haijidao and Aonong Turing all the time. The three sat in the rest hall in the middle of the spaceship, no one spoke, and Tu Zi was thinking about his own affairs. Sheng is not worried about any accidents. Since the chief star Mokado offered to let him go to the Celestial Academy in the center of the Serpentis Galaxy. As a 14th level powerhouse naturally, I can be confident enough to do these 10 points. Even if the spaceship is destroyed, Sheng believes that Mokado will have another backup. He puts more energy and focus on improving his own strength. Sheng doesn't have much time, and every minute and every second is precious, so he never has a moment of serious practice. Just like now, he took out pieces of high-purity energy crystals from the storage bracelet, absorbed the energy in them, and continuously increased the number of immortal cells in his body. While controlling a part of his mind, he is fighting to push pictures in the dream space universe. Increase your own martial arts background, and by the way, get more power of the universe. The 13th level powerhouse, Haijidao, also didn't have any abnormal mood swings. As the person who has the most contact with the chief star Mokado among the three, he must have the most trust in Mokado's strength. It is estimated that there will be no accidents in this line of business at all. On the contrary, Anand Turing, who was sitting next to Liu Sheng, was calm on the surface, but his mental power was always in a state of spreading. I can tell. He is very nervous. Liu Sheng didn't want to comfort him either, he just went about his own business. However, Anand Turing took the lead in talking to Liu Sheng after several fruitless spiritual explorations. Liu Sheng, your extraordinary life physique should be at the monarch level. Anand Turing is really a person who knows how to chat. Just one sentence aroused Liu Sheng's interest. Monarchy? Does extraordinary life physique still have such a hierarchy? Liu Sheng didn't stop the action of absorbing the energy crystal in his hands, and asked curiously. Anand Turing got Liu Sheng's response, sat up slightly, nodded and said, yes. Those with a higher physique than the immortal level extraordinary life are the sovereign level. It is said that there are even higher existences from the monarch level up. But I don't know what. Monarch level, master level, eternal level. It's for the extraordinary bloodline beyond immortality. At this moment, Mujiji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His words attracted the attention of Liu Sheng and Anand Turing. 577, the true darling of the starry sky, the natural head of the department. Sovereign level, master level, eternal level. Liu Sheng whispered these words, and couldn't help asking, can you explain in detail? This is what you should know. Haijidao opened his mouth and said, immortal level extraordinary life physique, in a sense, is already different from ordinary starry sky life forms. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is another level of race. However, although immortal level extraordinary life forms are rare, they are not as powerful as you imagine. What's the meaning? This time it was Anand Turing who asked the question. Anand Turing frowned slightly with his thick eyebrows. He is an out-and-out immortal life form, and this is what he has always been proud of. Before Liu Sheng appeared, his talent once radiated the entire 100-star regions. But now, Haijidao actually said that the immortal level extraordinary life physique is not that powerful. This dealt another blow to his already frustrated self-esteem in front of Liu Sheng, and some dissatisfaction inevitably emerged in his heart. Baijidao glanced at him, and said lightly, I mean, although the immortal level extraordinary life physique is indeed remarkable enough compared to the general starry sky race, possesses a huge unique advantage in practice. But once this advantage reaches the 13th level, it will be quickly shortened, or even, smoothed out. When Liu Sheng heard what Baijidao said, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, the power of law. A trace of undisguised appreciation flashed in Baijidao's eyes, he nodded and said, yes. The reason why the immortal level extraordinary life physique is so strong is that every immortal level extraordinary life physique is born with a kind of lawful power hidden in the body. This is a gift from the universe and the starry sky, which is enviable. Before the 13th level, this power is enough to allow the owner of the immortal level extraordinary life physique to easily have unrivaled strength within the same level. Even a leapfrog fight. But once entering the 13th level, this advantage is quickly wiped out. Because every 13th level powerhouse has the power of law. Unless your immortal level extraordinary life physique is born with exceptionally strong law power, after entering the 13th level, there is not much difference from the general 10 king level powerhouse. Haijidao said, looked at Anand Turing at the side, and said calmly, in other words, I can actually be regarded as an immortal level extraordinary life physique. Moreover, it is an immortal level extraordinary life that has grown to its full form. Nong, now you know why even if you try your best, you can't become an opponent of a real 13th level powerhouse. Well. Anand Turing seemed a little dazed at this explanation of the Haiji knife, as if he couldn't fully digest it for a while, or he couldn't accept it. Perhaps because he was afraid that Anand Turing would be hit too hard, Baijidao then added, of course, the inborn immortal level extraordinary life physique is not completely without advantages after entering the 10th master level. After all, your accumulation at level 12 is still there. If you are lucky enough, with the accumulation of the power of rules at the 11th and 12th levels, you can comprehend the power of the second law faster than the ordinary 13th level. Liu Sheng understood everything now. To put it simply, the immortal level is born with a law. As long as you don't die halfway, you will be able to reach the 13th level. And the requirement for ordinary people to advance to the 13th level is to master a law, so when the immortal level reaches the 13th level, there is no great advantage. At best, you can save more time and energy than other 13th levels, and then use this time and energy to comprehend the second law. Of course, this requires a little foresight. That's pretty much what it means. Onan Turing felt a little better in his heart. He subconsciously glanced at Liu Sheng, and couldn't help but ask, what about the monarch-level bloodline above immortal? Haijidao thought for a while, and said, the gap between the sovereign level and the immortal level is very large. Immortal level extraordinary life physique is also divided into layers. Not every immortal level extraordinary life physique is just born with a law. There are powerful immortals, who may be born with the power of 2, or even 3 laws. What? Onan Turing couldn't help but let out a low breath when he heard this, with a look of shock on his face. Liu Sheng's expression also shook. It is not enough to be born with 1 law, there are 2 and 1. This kind of talent is too exaggerated. Even he wanted to sigh from the bottom of his heart at this time, my father is really eccentric. He owns the dream space universe, from which he can continuously inherit the power of laws comprehended by others, so he has mastered the power of laws early. And it's only been 2 ways for so long. Some people are born with 3 or even more hidden in their bodies. This shit is simply more irritating than people. While he sighed on one side, he heard Baijidao continued on the other side, but even the peak immortal bloodline that is born with the power of the 4 laws. It can't compare to the most elementary monarch bloodline. Why? Onan Turing opened his eyes wide and asked. Because. Haijidao said slowly, no matter how powerful the immortal life physique is, no matter how powerful the law is, you also need to build a body of laws by yourself, and you still have to face the threshold of upgrading from level 13 to level 14 like ordinary level 13 warriors. The monarch level extraordinary life physique is different. A monarch level extraordinary life physique is born with at least 3 or more laws. And when the blood is mature, you can build a body of law by yourself, and you can advance to the 14th level of martial arts without any hindrance. Hiss. After Haijidao finished speaking, Onan Turing immediately let out a gasp. His handsome face was full of shock. Although Liu Sheng's performance was not as exaggerated as his, it was still a little moving. So, you underestimate the monarch-level extraordinary life physique. Although we agree with the chief star, Liu Sheng has a high probability of being a monarch-level bloodline. But it doesn't rule out that he's just a relatively advanced immortal class. After all, so far, he has only shown one kind of power of law. As he said that, Haijidao looked at Liu Sheng with a look similar to seeking proof, as if he wanted to expose more of his trump cards. It's a pity that Liu Sheng directly ignored Baijidao's look, pretending he didn't see it. Onan Turing was still in shock, and murmured, the sovereign level is already so powerful, what about the juggernaut level? Even the eternal level extraordinary life physique above the juggernaut. Haijidao replied, the juggernaut level can surpass the sovereign level, naturally it has its strengths. The advantage of the master class is that it can independently grow to the 15th level of martial arts, and until the 15th level, there is no obstacle to practice. Promoted to level 15 without a bottleneck. Of Lee's. Onan Turing's expression became a little unbelievable. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and said, a natural master. That's right. Haijidao nodded and said, the current head of our Sky Snake Galaxy is the master-level extraordinary life physique owner. It is also the only super extraordinary life physique owner in our Celestial Snake Galaxy so far. As for the eternal grade, Haijidao shook his head, and replied, I have only heard of this level, and I don't know the power of the eternal level. It is estimated that the existence of the eternal level can only be conceived by a star field. Shocked. Unparalleled shock. Onan Turing couldn't utter a single word, and just sat in his seat with a complicated expression. Liu Sheng is slightly better than him. At this moment, his mind was thinking. Could it be possible that his mentor, Yang Yizhu, the owner of the Tianlan starfield, is the owner of the eternal level extraordinary life essence? In other words, it's not the eternal class. But it is comparable to the eternal class. Beyond eternity. 578 The key to breaking the game. The brief tea party ended soon under the auspices of the Haijidao. Haijidao stood up from his seat. Looking at Liu Sheng and Aonang Turing, he said calmly, as the two most outstanding martial arts geniuses in our 100-star districts, I am obliged to have a deeper understanding of the gap and difference between the 12th and 13th grades before you arrive at the Celestial Academy. This is also what the Chief Star specially ordered. At this time, the spaceship under his feet shook violently again. Haijidao looked up, and then said, Master Zhong Xingchang is fighting fiercely with the Lord of Forgotten for us. We who are under the wings of the Chief Star should not be so slack. Get up, both of you. It's been long enough to be comfortable on a ship. Next is the time to enter the special training. Aonan Turing stood up a little excitedly when he heard the words. What Haijidao said just now had a big impact on him. Now is the time for him to prove himself eagerly. Liu Sheng also stood up. He is still a little interested in the special training that Haijidao said. Because although so far his subordinates have accumulated the lives of 4 13th level existences, but 2 of them are alien beasts, and the other 2 are strong zombies in the dream space universe. None of them can be regarded as representative true 13th level martial arts experts. He was very curious about how strong a 13th level powerhouse like Haijidao should explode. Seeing the 2 standing up, Haijidao showed a trace of satisfaction on his face. After that, he didn't speak, but led the 2 of them out of the central hall of the spaceship, and came to the door of a training room. This spaceship, the only valuable place is probably here. Haijidao said with emotion. Before leaving, the Master Xingchang personally ordered the transformation of the training room, which can be used by 13th level warriors with all their strength without collapsing. It can even be used as a shelter. Even if the entire spaceship collapses, the 120 training rooms will not be damaged in a short time. After finishing speaking, Ji Dao Shao gave a light hand. His iconic long bone knife, which seemed to be polished and forged from the spine of an unknown exotic animal, appeared in his hand. The body of the Beiji knife also gradually exuded a grey and dead breath. Liu Sheng knows. This should be the power of law mastered by the Haiji knife. You. Haijidao glanced back and forth between Liu Sheng and Aonan Turing, and asked, Who? I'll come first. Before Liu Sheng could speak, Aonan Turing, who was beside him, spoke first, full of the urge to try. Perhaps it was because Liu Sheng was dissatisfied. After Onan Turing rushed to answer, he even explained it to him. The main thing is that I'm afraid that after watching you fight against Master Haijidao, my self-confidence will be hit even more, which will directly affect my fighting state. Onan Turing smiled wryly. Liu Sheng was a little dumbfounded about this reason. But he still expressed his understanding, nodded readily and said, Okay, then you go first. Haijidao saw that the 2 had reached a consensus on the order. Then he turned to push the door of the practice room, and greeted him. Then come in. Liu Sheng and Aonang Turing followed immediately. Inside the flying spaceship, Saya, Downton, and his sister who had just reunited sat together. Beside him is the magnificent starry sky, and in front of him are drinks and food. Downton was concentrating on eating and drinking, while Saya was chatting softly with Pear. How did you find me? This is the question Saya most wants to know the answer to. Pear picked up a delicately shaped pastry on the table, put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it, akug, and then put it down again. Then he replied, news, and also, the family's intelligence network. All right. Zaya felt as if she had asked a stupid question. As a family that once had a marriage with the Lersis family, the power of the mother's family is naturally not small. The overall strength is even stronger than that of the Lersis family. He only knew that the other parties seemed to be in the arms business, but he didn't know much about the others. Now that I think about it, as the number one heir of the Lersis family, I have done too badly in all aspects. The only thing that can be used may be the 11th level of martial arts strength. But this point is really insignificant in the face of the huge family power spanning several star regions. Martial arts strength before the 13th level, as long as there are enough resources, can be hard piled up. After entering the 13th level, it is considered to have a pivotal position. Even if you don't know anything, you can still have enough voice in the family. But he was obviously too far from that level. Second question. This time Saya thought about it carefully before asking, why did you come to me? Pierre couldn't help laughing when she heard this question. You are my big brother, dear big brother. Isn't that reason enough? And, as far as I can tell, you've been having a very, well, not good lately. It's very bad. Saya smiled wryly, I almost died, and. Saya was still considering whether to say the second half of the sentence, but Downton next to him had already supplemented it for him in a low voice. And he was betrayed by the woman he loved the most, and together with his biggest enemy, wanted to kill him. Downton. Saya couldn't help crying, his handsome face flushed slightly, looking extremely embarrassed and embarrassed. God! It would be too embarrassing to tell such embarrassing things in front of my sister whom I haven't seen for hundreds of years. Pfft! Pierre couldn't help laughing, and then took the initiative to comfort Saya and said, okay, it's not a big deal. Isn't it just betrayal? Don't forget, you still have me now, my dearest big brother. Pierre said, winking at Saya playfully. There was a trace of warmth in Saya's eyes, but he soon regained consciousness. Since the death of his father, he has suffered a series of life blows, and it is not that he has not grown up at all. Tell me the truth, Pearl. Saya looked at Pierre in front of her with a serious expression, and said seriously, I'm really happy to see you again. But I know, my big brother, who is only related by blood, is not that important to you, right? Tell me the truth. Why did you choose to help me at this time? The smile on Pierre's face faded little by little. The original innocence and liveliness also disappeared, and the wisdom and maturity that did not match her appearance began to appear in her. Do you really want to hear the truth? My big brother. Certainly. Saya was determined. Okay, I'll tell you. Pierre calmly said, the family has received some very important news. Is about you. So send me to find you temporarily, let me tell you to go to a place. Where? Saya's body leaned forward involuntarily. Merdana Star. The ancestral land of the Lersis family. Just 1 week later, there will be a succession ceremony for the new heir of the Lersis family. Pierre looked into Saya's eyes, and said word by word, the family asked me to take you there, go there, and get back everything that should belong to you. Saya looked shocked and froze in place, unable to say a word. After a while, he seemed to come to his senses suddenly, and said with some surprise, will my mother support me in regaining my inheritance? No. Pierre shook her head, except for escorting you there safely, the family will not interfere in this matter in any way. Saya was stunned for a moment, and murmured, then how can I get back everything that should belong to me? They wanted me to die, so if I go back this time, I will throw myself into a trap. I do not know then. Pierre shook her head and said, that's what the family told me, and I don't know the rest. Maybe you should think about it carefully, whether you have any other trump cards that you haven't used. My dear big brother. Where do I have any hole cards, methods? Wait. Saya suddenly remembered something, and quickly took out a note from his pocket. He opened the note and kept reading to the words on the note. Meet the people you first met. This is Pearl, yes, I have seen it. Back to where we started. In the beginning, it should correspond to the planet Mildana, the ancestral land of the Lerses family, which is also true. It is also easy to understand to take back everything that should belong to me. All can match up. I did not make a mistake, I walked step by step according to the bed of fate. But how do I get back everything that should belong to me? What can I rely on? Saya's eyes fell on the last sentence of the note on the top of the stars, the one who wears the crown has already arranged everything. Who is this person who is on the top of the stars and wears a crown? Mother's family? Or someone else? For a moment, countless figures and faces flashed through Saya's mind. His thoughts were flying and his head was in a mess. Suddenly, the whole person stood up and said anxiously, "Pair, let the spaceship turn around and go back. I'm going to see another person and ask the matter clearly." Pair frowned slightly when she heard Saya's request. But before she could speak, Downton, who was eating next to her, said, "Do you want to visit the Wanhuang house again?" "Ah. Yes." Saya said firmly, "I have to ask Yin for clarification. The last sentence of this guide will be the key to my current desperate situation. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Downton said. Saya was taken aback, "What do you mean?" Downton picked up a piece of barbecue and threw it into his mouth, chewing until his mouth was dripping with oil. He replied vaguely, "I wanted to tell you earlier. Not long after we left the house of everything. The woman named Silver, and the cottage. Suddenly it disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared in this world." "What?" Saya exclaimed and shook her body violently. For a moment, the whole person froze in place, unable to speak a word. 579 Very good, this is a little interesting. Boom! In the incomparably vast white space, two figures are fighting fiercely. To be precise, it should be that only one of them fought fiercely. Aonong Turing's green hair is flying, and the green rune patterns are extremely bright all over his body. His fighting spirit was extremely high-pitched, and his energy was squandered like he didn't want money. The unique green energy he possesses produces all sorts of strange properties such as gravity, radiation, light, heat, cold, and vibration in the space. Various attack methods emerged one after another, and Lu Sheng even faintly saw traces of his stellar way in some of them. Amazing! Lu Sheng, who was watching, sighed softly. It has to be said that Onan Turing's talent is still extremely terrifying, with an extraordinary physique of immortality, and he was once the most outstanding genius in the 100-star districts. Not in vain. The kind of green energy he possessed should be some kind of powerful power of law capable of imitating and duplicating. This reminded Lu Sheng of a certain comic book superhero in his previous life. It is also green energy, relying on imagination to enhance self-combat power. Similar to Oran Turing. But even Aonan Turing has brought his fighting skills to the extreme. But in front of the Haiji knife, it is still not enough to look at. The skeleton knife didn't even display too much strength, it just waved the long bone knife in his hand at will, cutting out one after another full of ashes and decay. He easily blocked Aonong Turing's fancy offensive. "Okay." Suddenly, Ji Dao said something softly. Then a grey-white knife light cut through the green fire in the sky, hovering abruptly above Aonan Turing's head. Aonan Turing froze in place. Then the green rune patterns on his body quickly faded one by one. He looked a little depressed, and withdrew from the battle with a wry smile. "The gap is too great." Aonan Turing said unwillingly, "I can't even get close to you. It will be fine later." Haijidao replied lightly, and then said, "Actually, you can try to discard some useless moves, and dig deeper into some powerful moves that have impressed you." Combat power should be able to get a more significant improvement. 11. I do have such thoughts. Aonan Turing nodded thoughtfully, and he could see that the battle with Haijidao was very rewarding for him. Can you see what laws he has mastered? Liu Sheng couldn't help asking. Anan Turing next to him also raised his head curiously. Haijidao once said that the immortal life essence is born with at least one kind of law 5. The power mastered by Anan Turing is obviously the embodiment of the power of law in his body. He himself was also very curious about what kind of law he possessed. Facing this question, Haijidao thought for a while, and replied, many powers of law have complex characteristics, and cannot be described with simple words. I can probably feel what Aonang's law is like, but I'm sorry that I can't summarize it accurately. Is that powerful? Anan Turing hurriedly asked. Baijidao glanced at him, and said lightly, laws are the cornerstone of the universe, and no law is weak. Whether the law is powerful or not depends on how much you master and develop it, and has nothing to do with the law itself. Although Baijidao scoffed at his remarks in his heart. Of course, the laws have strengths and weaknesses, and they vary greatly. It is as if the law of thunder mastered by Liu Sheng is an extremely powerful force of law, which is inherently crushing compared to the power of Anan Turing's green law. But it is impossible for him to tell Anan Turing this, otherwise it will hit his heart of martial arts. And what he said is not completely wrong, the power of the same law in the hands of different people is indeed very different. It depends mainly on the individual, the law itself is indeed secondary. How does that compare with the laws you have mastered, Mr. Haijidao? Who is stronger? Anan Turing asked again. Haijidao didn't even want to talk to him. Looking at Liu Sheng, Baijidao looked at him and said, do you want to start? Can. Liu Sheng nodded, and immediately walked towards the center of the space with Baijidao. The entire practice room is made of a super alloy. It is strong enough to withstand the energy attack of a 13th level martial arts expert, and it has a memory function. Even if it is destroyed, it can repair itself. This kind of super alloy is extremely expensive, and it is usually used on strategic class starships, but now it is used as the main material of the training room, and there is a high probability that it will not be recycled. It shows the generosity of the chief star Mokado. Liu Sheng and Haijidao stood facing each other. Liu Sheng was thinking fast in his mind. The main thing is to think about what method to use next to fight against the Bonji saber. This is not a duel of life and death, mental power attacks must not be used. The Sword of 7 Emotions, which has integrated the power of 2 emotional laws, can easily harvest the lives of 13th level general level beasts. 0. Asking for flowers. I'm afraid that as long as it is used, the Beiji knife will die. Bingji Liang can't be used either. This move is more exaggerated than the 7 Emotions knife. The destructive power is enough to destroy the star. Once it is used, the entire spaceship will cease to exist. If you don't use these 2 whole cards, it should be about the same. Liu Sheng thought in his heart. After making a decision, he raised his head, looked at the Beiji knife in front of him and said, I'm ready. Haijidao nodded, and was about to say something. Suddenly I heard Liu Sheng add, for the next battle, please be careful, Mr. Baijidao. If you lose, you can call a stop in time. Ha! Haijidao was taken aback for a moment, and then almost couldn't laugh out loud. As the chief officer of this special training, as a student, Liu Sheng actually told him to be careful, this is just kidding. Etc. Haijidao shuddered suddenly, as if he just remembered something. He almost forgot. Liu Sheng was the existence who had killed 2 13th level generals and beasts. He is not the same as Anan Turing. He's not just a supergiant genius with extraordinary talent. He is also an out-and-out 13th level combat, truly strong man. In an instant, the temperament of Baijidao changed drastically. The leisurely and casual training of Ananturing before was replaced by unprecedented prudence and a fighting spirit that was rapidly gathering bit by bit. Very good. Lu Sheng saw that Haiji knife was holding the knife in both hands, and there was light in his eyes. A slightly satisfied smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, "In this way, Tuan is a little interesting." After finishing speaking, Lu Sheng stepped forward lightly. In the process of his taking this step, his eyes turned grey. A head of black hair turned into a bright Bajan. Bajan flames blazed up all over his body, and the sun god pattern quietly emerged. This step, Lu Sheng seems to have completed the perfect transformation from a mortal to a star god. The entire training room became brightly lit, as if there were countless rising suns suddenly. Saya was wearing a tailored, vintage gown. The hairstyle has been meticulously trimmed, and the whole person has been carefully cared for. Finally, he regained some of the demeanor of the former young master of the Lerses family. But at this time, he was frowning, and he was pacing back and forth in the room, looking a little restless. 580. How likely do you think he is to succeed? So let's go out or not? Wearing the same costume, Pei Er is like an elf coming out of a starry sky fairy tale. She looked at the time, and couldn't help but said to Saya, who was pacing repeatedly, "There are only 10 minutes left before the banquet starts. Have you decided yet?" Saya stopped in her tracks, smiled wryly and said, "I don't know." He really doesn't know. Looking outside along the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the room, it can be seen that on top of a lush mountain forest and valley, an extremely huge floating island is located in the clouds. This is the planet Mildana, where the legend of the Lerses family began. He finally came here, but he didn't have the courage to take a step out of the room. Because so far, the people of the Lerses family don't know that his young master has returned here. For now, he's safe. But if he enters the banquet hall and appears in the sight of those people, Saya is 100% sure that Wells and the factions in his family that support Wells will mercilessly erase himself from the world. Because he is the first heir in the true sense of Lyle's 803 SAS family. If Wells wants to officially take over the family, he must remove himself as an unstable factor. But what if you hide here and don't go out? Saya asked herself softly. House Lyle's has power across several sectors. If you want to avoid their pursuit completely, unless you drift to a place beyond 10-star regions, live your life incognito and never come back. Or create a force bigger than the Lerses family outside the 10-star regions, and make a strong comeback. The former is not what he wants. The latter can only appear in YY novels on Xing Wang. How could the super business empire built by the Lerses family for hundreds of generations be brought down by him alone? Then the only option left is to go out. Saya said in a low voice, and took out a crumpled note from the pocket of his dress. Go back to the very beginning and take back everything that should belong to you. Saya followed the guidance on the note and came here. However, how can I get back everything that should belong to me? Saya stared at the last line on the note, lost in thought. The person who is on the top of the stars and wears the crown has already arranged everything. He could understand the rest of the note, and it was confirmed one by one. It was the last sentence, and Saya couldn't figure out what it meant. Intuition tells him that this sentence is the key to how to get him back everything that should belong to him. But so far, he hasn't seen any signs of it. Crack! The sound of the pointer turning. Pei stood up from her seat and said to Saya, "There is no time for you to struggle and think about it. Go, or not go. You must give me an answer now. If not..." Pei shrugged her shoulders lightly, and said, "I'll go first by myself. If you're coming later, I can't guarantee that you won't be attacked forcefully upon arrival." Downton was also looking at Saya. Call. On the top of the stars, the one who wears the crown has already arranged everything. Let me see, who is this king on top of the stars, and how he arranges everything. Saya let out a long breath, and finally made up his mind. I go. Pei and Downton both breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Saya's hesitation and entanglement all the time, it really makes people want to go up and beat him twice. Then let's go. Pierre walked out of the room and began to call for the aircraft. Downton came up and patted Saya on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Brother, your decision is right." "Really?" Saya's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she looked at Downton expectantly, and said urgently, "What do you know? Tell me quickly, Downton." Downton laughed with his mouth wide open, revealing a mouth full of quartz teeth. He said, "I just really want to taste the delicacies at the banquet. If you don't go, then I can only miss it." 11. As a super family with power spread across several star regions, every move of the Lerses family can cause a great sensation and influence in several star regions. Half a cosmic year ago, the patriarch of the Lerses family died of illness, and an earthquake had already occurred in several star regions. If the news that the new heir of the Lerses family has finally settled this time spreads out, it will inevitably cause a series of shocks. It is no exaggeration to say that the business structure of several star districts in the future may all be changed because of today's banquet. And the ones who can be invited to this banquet are naturally rich or noble figures in several star regions. The Earl of the Starry Sky is the most basic requirement, and there are a lot of marquee-level nobles. There are also 4 big figures in the business and political circles of the major star districts, and 4 figures at the chairman level of the Guangxing district. It is conceivable what a grand event this should be. The heritage of the Lerses family is clearly evident today. Wearing a moon-white dress, Wells is handsome, elegant, and personable. He wandered among various nobles, speakers, and predators, talking and laughing happily, with ease, just like the protagonist of a banquet. In fact, he is indeed the protagonist of today. As long as today's banquet is over, he will be the new patriarch of the Lerses family. This so-called ancestral star banquet is a ceremony for his coronation as Wells. Let me introduce you. Wells walked up to a red-skinned middle-aged man with Maeve in his arms, and introduced with a smile, "Sir Hobart. Speaker of the House of Representatives of Boluoxing District, and the best friend and partner of our Lerses family 0. This one is my fiancée, Maeve. Meet Lord Hobart Speaker. Nice to meet you, Miss Maeve, your beauty overshadows the stars." "Thanks." Hobart politely kissed the back of Maeve's hand, and the 3 began to chat casually. "Congratulations, Wells." Hobart raised his glass to Wells. "I have to admit, you are the most outstanding young man I have ever seen, bar none. Lord Hobart is overrated." Wells chuckled and said, "Without your support, I wouldn't be able to go so well." Hobart's eyes flickered. He laughed and said with a smile, "I will always support those young people who are full of vigor and have a bright future." "Ha, the chairman of the Obsidian District is there, I want to chat with him." With that said, Hobart made an excuse to walk away. Maeve looked at Hobart's leaving back, frowned slightly, and said, "This Hobart Speaker looks quite ambiguous." "He's always been like that." Wells said lightly, "He is an out-and-out old fox, and he will never leave any handles in front of anyone. He supported me only because I am now the heir to the patriarch of the Lerses family. If it was another person, he would support that person without hesitation." Maeve nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he frowned and said, "Last time, it seemed that Saya really escaped. I just got news that he seems to have been taken away by members of Bai Bai's family. You said, the Bai Yuia family made a move, would it be to help him?" "Bai Yuia?" Wells frowned slightly when he heard the surname, but quickly relaxed it again. Shaking his head, "Impossible. It is impossible for Bai Yuia's family to help 2.7, there is no possibility." "Why?" Mei Fu said seriously, "Half of the blood belonging to the Bai Yuia family is flowing on Saya's body. With this relationship, Bai Yuia has every reason to help him. Moreover, he can use his status as the first heir to intervene in the Lerses family to seek the benefits they want. It's reasonable and logical. Wells smiled slightly, and said lightly, but I still have to say that the situation you mentioned is completely impossible. Why? Maeve didn't understand. Because. Wells shook the wine glass in his hand slightly, and said casually, the Sun Moon Doctor family is the same as us. All are businessmen. A qualified businessman, before choosing to invest, besides calculating the rate of return clearly. The most important point is the success rate of investment. Wells looked at Maeve, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, in all fairness, do you think it is possible for Saya to become the new patriarch of the Lerses family? 581 The fifth season of Fist Pushing the Ancient Starry Sky. Very small, almost nothing. Maeve thought for a while and replied, Saya is naive, stupid, impulsive, cowardly, well, he is also kind. Has almost none of the qualities of a family patriarch. He is more suitable to be a young master who has nothing to do and is idle. He can only be a dude. Compared with you, the difference is too far. Wells laughed when he heard Maeve's evaluation of Saya. You're right. Even you think that Saya has almost no chance of becoming the heir, do you think the Buyuia family will not see it? And. Wells held his wine glass and said casually, the power of the Buyuia family is also a few star regions away from us. Even if Buyuia was really crazy and bet heavily on Saya, we have nothing to fear. Wells scanned the banquet hall and said with a smile, did you see these people? More than 80% of them support me. Even if Saya is staying in the family well now, I don't need to do anything, and he may not be able to take this position. The clan elders are not old enough to be confused yet. How could you entrust the fate of the entire family to an uneducated and useless waste? Just because he is the first heir. Regardless of blood and identity, I, Wells, am not 100 times better than him in any aspect. The helm of the Lyles' family can only be me. Crack. Wells crushed the wine glass in his hand. The scarlet wine 02 flowed down his fingers like fresh blood, attracting the attention of some people nearby. Wells has already returned to normal, smiling and responding to the follower with his eyes. Well, everyone at this banquet said that you are 100 times better than him. He is more suitable for this position than him. Maeve hastily comforted Wells tenderly, and her eyes became cold as she spoke. Don't worry, Saya can't be so lucky to jump over every time. I will find a way to find him, and then solve him completely for you. Wells took the white silk handed over by Maeve and gently wiped his hands, while nodding casually. Just as he finished wiping his palms, he picked up a new wine glass. Wells looked over the crowds at the banquet and fell to the entrance in the distance. I saw 3 people walking in there. The leader is a girl dressed up, with blue hair and black pupils. The posture is calm, with the innate noble temperament of the superior. Following behind the girl was a monster with momentum that seemed to be piled up from countless black granite blocks. The other one was a handsome young man also wearing a luxurious dress. This handsome young man has a calm expression, but if you look carefully, you can still find the nervousness hidden under his forced calm. Seeing the young man's appearance, Wells' eyes fixed. Soon, a smile slowly appeared on his face, and he said softly, there is no need to bother looking for it anymore, Maeve. Our honorable young master has delivered it to your door in person. Maeve followed Wells' gaze, and soon her gaze cooled down. Vientiane. Bone silence. The Bonji knife gave a cold shout, and in an instant, the long bone knife in his hand emitted countless grey-white glares. Each of these knife lights carried a strong aura of decay and corruption. Even the void was corroded by it, revealing large areas of black and white mottled. For a martial artist who has mastered the power of law, his attacks can no longer be measured by breaking the limit several times. Under the power of law, the energy without the power of law as support is like flimsy paper, easily penetrated and torn. This is the strength of a 13th level warrior. Certainly. Not without exception. It is now. Lu Sheng, who looked like a starry sky god, raised his Beijing-colored long hair slightly, without using any weapons. Just like that, he grabbed it forward casually with his bare hands. Jingling! The grey-white knife light collided with the palm, making a crisp sound like the clanging of gold and iron. Lu Sheng's 5 fingers clattered, and with a light grasp, the knife lights were shattered into pieces. Monster! Bai Jidao gritted his teeth, a look of shock and emotion appeared in his eyes and face. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe it? How could a mere martial artist who had just entered the 12th level be able to smash the law sword light of the 13th level powerhouse with just a pair of fleshy palms? Simply outrageous! Lu Sheng's martial body and martial arts energy are too powerful. The former seems to be the strongest cosmic spar, while the latter has a frighteningly high quality and purity. That terrifying Beijing-colored flame! Haijidao could clearly sense that it didn't contain any power belonging to any law, but he still didn't dare to touch it lightly. That extreme burning sensation is more than 100 times stronger than entering the center of a star. Haijidao felt that the hairs on his skin were slightly curled by being roasted from a long distance away. Too exaggerated. Haijidao no longer wanted to continue this meaningless battle. Lu Sheng, the starry sky monster he had only seen in his life. It's better to save it after going to Tianwei Academy to let other starry sky monsters have a headache. He is just an ordinary 13th level warrior. If this battle continues, it may be who will train whom. But Haijidao didn't have time to stop it yet. Lu Sheng over there happened to catch that fleeting idea in the long-awaited fighting spirit. In an instant, Lu Sheng's grey pupils glowed with energy. He shot almost without hesitation. Aim at the direction of the Haiji knife, and slowly punch out. 5 seasons of boxing. In an instant, 10,000 suns seemed to rise suddenly in this empty space. Rumble! The 5th season of the Elder Sky has arrived. Thousands of golden crows fluttered out of Lu Sheng's body. The terrifying heat wave swept over everything, scorched everything, and burned everything. Planet after planet is set on fire, burned, destroyed. The entire universe is plunged into a fiery hell. At this moment, all the hairs on Bai Jidao's body stood on end, a warning sign rose in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis of life and death emerged from the bottom of his heart, which made his eyebrows and temples throb wildly. Haiji knife hardly hesitated, and let out a low growl. An incomparable off-white light suddenly burst out from all over his body. Endless aura of decay and decay gathered on his bone-long knife. This is the knife of extinction that can wipe out the life of a planet. It is the embodiment of the force of the law pushed to the limit. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed fiercely at the figure in front of him that was so bright that he could hardly make out its outline. At the same time, a roar came from his mouth. Stop! Boom! The huge off-white knife light collided with the extremely bright fist. There was an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying energy swept around like a storm in the starry sky. Anand Turing, who was a bystander, pushed his strength to the extreme with a look of horror on his face, and then retreated crazily. On the way back, he saw that the floor in front of him was rolled up layer by layer, broken, and annihilated. It seems that as long as he slows down a little, he will end up in the same situation as the floor of this training room. And that's just energy aftermath. How terrifying must the center of the collision be? Anand Turing could hardly have imagined it. After an unknown amount of time, the raging Ibonoka finally calmed down. The light of Beijing's flame also disappeared. When Anand Turing saw the scene in front of him again, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. I saw the training room in front of me, which was said to be able to easily withstand the energy attack of a 13th level warrior. Right now, it seemed as if it had been plowed by a wolf by some terrible disaster of destroying the world. It was devastated, with the center of the battle as the origin, and a large area around it was destroyed to the point where it was almost impossible to see. I am afraid that even if it is an alloy with a memory function, it will never regain its original appearance. If it wasn't for the training room, it would be embedded in the spaceship using space folding technology. Anand Turing even wondered if it was possible for this battle to directly penetrate and blow up this old spaceship. Aonang Turing looked forward along the traces of the battlefield. When the eyes reached the center of the outbreak of the battle, his pupils shrank violently, as if seeing something extremely incredible. He couldn't help subconsciously exhaling, "How is this possible? I saw two figures standing quietly at the center of the Energy 090 explosion. One of them was dressed in black with white hair, holding a knife in both hands, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. Not far in front of him, another figure was maintaining a punching posture, with its eyes closed tightly, as if it was comprehending something. However, what really shocked Aonan and Turing? It was the bone-long knife in Bai Jideo's hand, and there seemed to be a considerable distance between Liu Sheng's fist. That is, the terrifying aftermath of energy that erupted just now was actually caused by the incomplete collision of the attacks of the two. That punch from Liu Sheng. In the end, it still stopped, and it didn't come out completely. This is still the case with the strength. What if the strength is not? Aonang Turing was in a trance, whispering softly in his mouth. At this moment, he really felt the huge gap between himself and Liu Sheng. This gap. It was much, much bigger than he had originally imagined. And Bai Jideo's mood is also complicated and unspeakable. He actually stopped. Bai Jideo looked at the long bone knife in his hand and murmured to himself in a very complicated manner, "Are you really afraid of killing me on the spot with one punch?" Had. A self-deprecating and helpless smile appeared on Haijidao's face. He realizes it now. "I just tried my best to resist the knife." It seems that the word stop that has not yet been shouted is very powerful. It's ironic enough. He didn't even use his real whole card, the power of Fu Ling's law. Haijidao looked at the silently enlightened Liu Sheng in the distance, shook his head, put away the long knife and did not speak again. At this time, Liu Sheng in the distance also quietly opened his eyes. After Liu Sheng opened his eyes, a look of regret appeared on his face. Pity. A little bit worse. Liu Sheng almost broke through to the 6th level of boxing. This is already the second time. Harmful. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.